Don't back up because you'll hit the garbage can. Can I just put it there? I'm just going to shut up and sit here. No, you weren't.
Good evening. How is everybody tonight? Are we good? I see smiling faces out there. I'm sorry that we're starting a couple of minutes late, but we are ready to get started, and welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting. As you all know, we have a tradition here, and that is that we open in prayer, and I'm so pleased to have Deborah Curry with us. She's with Eagle Christian Church, and she's going to open us in prayer this evening. So let's stand as Deborah comes. Deborah, thank you so much.
Council, Mayor, let's pray. Our kind and loving Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight in humility, in recognition of your sovereignty and of our tremendous need. Today marks a day of a year of sorrow. We pray for tonight for Israel. We pray for those who are suffering so much still, for the hostages who have not yet been released, for the 4 Americans among them, and for all of their families. Father, we pray for your hand in that area, and we pray too for those who actually committed these atrocities. We know that they are your creatures, that you love them, and I pray, Father, that you will reach them and break through to their hearts. Father, I think tonight too about just our own citizens in Florida and Georgia, in North Carolina, an area that's so dear to my heart. And I pray, Father, that you will step in there in unique ways. We thank you for the helping hands that have reached out, and I just pray that you would comfort them as well. We pray for the upcoming election, the national election, just as there's so much happening. And we pray for your safety, for your guidance. We pray for your Spirit to have your impact in the hearts and minds of our national leaders. Tonight, Father, we're very thankful to live here in Nampa, to enjoy a beautiful home, our fellow citizens who care, who give. We thank you for every single council member and ask your blessings on their lives. We thank you for our mayor. I pray that you will help every single one of them use discernment and wisdom as they make decisions that affect the lives of so many people. Thank you for them. And thank you for those, Father, who work here. I just ask for your blessings on them and for the rest of us to recognize the many things that they do to just help keep things moving along. Father, we just lift these prayers to you tonight. Please govern over the thoughts and the words of this meeting this evening. And we thank you. We just are so thankful for your blessings and for your love in our lives. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord, amen. pledge of allegiance
Flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Deborah, thank you so much. Okay, let's begin with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here?
Pingula. Here. Hills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Hammerfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Thank you. Here.
All present.
I was writing thank you as I was saying that. Sorry. Thank you.
So, proposed amendments to the agenda. We do have one. We are going to be removing 7.3 from the agenda. And 7.3 is an authorization to sign a professional services agreement. And that one is being removed from the agenda. We're going to do that in-house. So that will not be discussed this evening. And just a point of notice that our public hearing 8.1 is going to be moved a little bit later. It's not going to be first as it is stated on the agenda. As soon as the applicant arrives, we will go ahead and move into that one, but they're in Caldwell with another public hearing and will be here shortly. So as soon as they arrive, we'll move into that one, but it won't be in the order it's listed. Other than that, are there any other requests for any changes or amendments to the agenda?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I was just wondering, under the licenses, it has a new license for Campos Market and Video Mexico and Nampa. And I noticed that there isn't a name attached to these licenses, just a business name. So I'd like to know who's applying for these licenses, but I don't know who other than just a DBA name. Is there something we can do with
Thank
this,
you.
or should we?
We'll let
address that?
Shar answer your question. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rodriguez, all of the information that we received on the application is in the packet. So were you able to
It's blacked out.
see that? Yes, that is just information that is personal, so we can't share that.
Okay, that still doesn't answer my question, though.
So you're wanting, so what I think I'm hearing our city clerk say is that certain information reflecting the name is not released into the public, is that correct? Or
Madam Mayor, the information that is redacted is Social Security numbers.
okay, so the name is in the packet is what you're saying?
If they provide that, it is. Sometimes it's the manager's name, but usually it's the business and then whoever is applying on behalf of the business.
Well, it says it's a background, to pass a background check. The only thing I see that was passed is, like, for example, this one is Campos Market. So I'm just wondering if we should discuss that at a later time, Mayor, or
Okay.
figure out if we can come up with a name on some of these things.
Okay,
Okay?
so we will move licenses A, B, and C
Yes, ma'am.
outside of the consent agenda. Okay,
Thank you.
you are welcome. Are there any other proposed amendments to the agenda? Okay. With that, I would stand for a motion to approve the agenda as discussed with moving 1.6 to new business and the removal of 7.3 from the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda, I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is to discuss the items that we moved from the consent agenda. And so I may let our city clerk, if you don't mind, thank you for looking at those items and seeing if we can provide an answer to Councilman Rodriguez's question regarding who they actually were.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rodriguez, I am looking at the first item, and it does look like we had accidentally taken the name off. The name could have stayed on there. It was purely an accident on that. Is that something I can give to you after the meeting? Or otherwise, I need to pause so I can go get the information for you.
Well, I tell you what we could do is we could put this later in the agenda under new business items and see if someone could get that information for us, and then we can visit about it
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
at
Yes.
the end of the evening.
Yes, that'll work.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we'll move that to, we'll move move that over to 7-9, after 7-8.
Mayor, if I could, what I'm trying to do is trying to avoid is to have someone else use this business's license under another name. So it has to be the original person that has received that license a year ago. And it can't be someone else that took over the business. That's what I'm looking at.
And thank you, and that is correct. And that is, Shar, would you like to speak to that? The concerns that he has and the why behind it, which is that someone else cannot take over that license, but the license is issued to the original applicant, and speak to our process?
Sure. So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rodriguez, before an application for a new alcohol license can even come before City Council, they have to first apply to ISP, and they have to get that, and then they have to go to Canyon County and get approval from them as well. So they actually have to get licenses from the state and from Canyon County first. And so that's why we have those documents in the packet now, so you can see that they did receive approval. That may address some of your concerns, but I completely understand where you'd at least like to see the name of the manager
Yes.
who's applying on behalf of that
Yes,
business.
okay.
Yes.
I mean, I know these two businesses are good businesses. They've been in our city for years. I just want to verify these licenses since we're being pretty particular with our licenses right now. Okay? Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, so we will come back to that item. The next item on the agenda are proclamations, and we have two proclamations this evening. The first one has to do with National Domestic Awareness Month. And here this evening to receive this is Olivia. Hi, Olivia. Come on forward. I'll read this, and then I'll let you say a couple words. So, whereas domestic violence impacts women, men, and children of every age, background, and belief, and nearly 1 in 4 women and 1 in 10 men in the United States have suffered severe physical violence by an intimate partner. Victims are deprived of their autonomy, their liberty, and security, and face tremendous threats to their health and safety. And since November 2005, the Nampa Family Justice Center has received 97,623 client visits, providing hope and services to adults and children suffering from abuse. And each year, there are more served than the previous. Whereas the Nampa Family Justice Center, one of the original 15 centers funded by the President's Family Justice Center Initiative of 2003, continues to mold its programming and services to provide the best services in one location for clients and to help them successfully maneuver through the Justice Center system. And whereas the Nampa Family Justice Center rightfully prides itself on the strong partnerships it has created within the community in collaboration with government and nonprofit organizations to provide coordinated services to women, men, and children suffering from family violence. Whereas it is fitting for the Nampa Family Justice Center to celebrate its 19th anniversary 1 month early to coincide with the National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim October in the City of Nampa as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Olivia, thank you for being here with us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Olivia, as I mentioned, and I've had the privilege of working with the youth at the Nampa Family Justice Center. My job has been working with 10 to 17-year-olds who are considered at risk, and our goal is to stop those generational cycles of being in abusive relationships, domestic violence, justice system involvement, substance use, all that stuff. Today, I would love to share a letter that one of these youths wrote to us without any of us asking about her experience at the Nampa Family Justice Center. Why I love the Nampa Family Justice Center. My family and I had to flee a very scary domestic abuse situation, which was the most terrifying thing I have ever done. We had to say goodbye to our home, pets, and everything we ever knew, which was devastating for all of us. But the staff at the Nampa Family Justice Center has been there for us since day one, offering so much love and comfort. There are 2 young women who both work there, Olivia and Kaylee, that we met the first week that we came there, and they are the kindest, most compassionate people I have ever gotten the privilege to meet. At first, I was very nervous and shy around both of them. There had been multiple times in my life where I was physically and emotionally violated, which led me to be very afraid of other people. But they were both very patient with me and didn't push or force me in any way. And eventually, I started to feel safe. Both of these girls have beautiful personalities. Olivia is very calm and gentle, and she even won over my youngest sister, who typically wouldn't interact with other people much. Kaylee is very caring and genuine, and she's got the best sense of humor that always makes me smile. They have gone above and beyond in so many ways and have helped me to be brave and step outside my comfort zone. The rest of the staff are also amazing. I know pretty much everyone who works there, and everyone always greets me and asks how I am and how my family is. Right now, I am currently meeting with Kaylee once a week, and she has been nothing shy of an angel. She helps me figure out what I want to do in life, teaches me new skills, reminds me to eat and sleep, chats with me, makes me laugh, and hugs me when I'm sad. She's become a role model to me, and I think she's awesome. The atmosphere of the NFJC is very peaceful and relaxed. They have lots of toys and snacks in all the cozy rooms, and 2 emotional support dogs who are both very sweet, Rucker and Lilo. They also have a really cool basement with blankets, clothes, stuffed animals, books, backpacks, and all kinds of things for clients' needs. In addition to this, they have some great counselors. I was completely opposed to counseling before, but I ended up really liking my counselor. I am forever grateful to everyone here and want to find every way that I can to help and support other kids and families who are going through hard times.
Thank you. Olivia, thank you so much. Thank you for what you do and your commitment and being that sweet and peaceful person that you are that helps. So thank you so much. And here's your proclamation. And Jeannie Strohmeyer is here, Executive Director of the Family Justice Center. Jeannie, do you want to come up and take a picture? There you go. You can hold that. Yeah, let's all stand up. You guys have this routine down, I think. Got it. Here we go.
Places, please.
I'm sorry. We can, there we go. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You know what we should do? We should take the next picture right now before we all sit down. Okay, so Aaron Tennis and Nancy Smith, are you here? Let's do a picture while we're all standing here, and then I'll read your proclamation. How's that? Yes, come on up, but you will have to give the proclamation back so I can read it in just a second. Let's do a photo.
I can't see it. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, I'll read the proclamation, and you guys can just be ready to talk. Thank you. Yeah. So this is Aaron Tennis and Nancy Smith that are receiving the proclamation tonight, and I'll read this proclamation, then I'll let you guys share real briefly what you're doing. So, whereas Pet Haven Cat Adoption Center is participating in the Home for the Holidays Pet Adoption Campaign, and the staff and volunteers of Pet Haven at Cat Adoption Center have agreed to devote their time, resources, and energy to this united effort to bring attention to orphaned pets. And whereas Pet Haven Cat Adoption Center will work throughout the holiday season with a goal of helping place orphaned animals into loving, lifelong homes throughout the Nampa area. And whereas the Pet Haven Cat Adoption Center is working in cooperation with animal organizations and rescue groups from around the world in partnership with Home for the Holidays, founder Helen Woodward Animal Center. And the Home for the Holidays Pet Adoption Campaign not only saves the lives of orphaned animals in Nampa, Idaho, Home for the Holidays has resulted in the adoptions of more than 18 million pets since the program began in 1999. I, Debbie Clay, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim October in the City of Nampa as Home for the Holidays Month. Well, thank you, ladies, for what you're doing. Would you like to share something with us?
This is a new thing for Pet Haven. As a lot of people may know or may not know, we've been here in the city of Nampa for about 52 years now, and we're starting to branch out. Every year, our demand to take in more animals that are losing their homes due to people moving away or they're just not able to keep them, brings us more, and so we're trying to expand to get more pets home because there's nothing worse than seeing a pet in a kennel during the holiday season when we're trying to get them home where they can be loved and they're warm and they know that they're safe. Granted, yes, they're warm and safe in the shelter. That's not to say otherwise, but our goal is to get them home. We've been working with Helen Woodward representatives and other shelters throughout the valley that are signed up to do this, to bring in more friends to get them home, whether it be just volunteering and, hey, you meet a cat, you fall in love, you take them home, or it's fostering where you take them home for a couple of weeks. Our goal for all of this is just to get more out of the shelter and into loving homes.
Well, thank you for those efforts, and thank you for sharing it, and I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and here you go. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for joining us this evening. Thank you. So next on our agenda is our public forum, and I believe we have a special presentation to kick us off tonight.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Belinda McBurney.
Hi, I'm Belinda McBurney, and I'm representing our group, which is the Concerned Citizens of Southwest Nampa, and I'd like to present this. We're here tonight to honor our police officers. They lay down their lives for us every day. We are so indebted to them and the wonderful job they do for Nampa. And tonight we'd like to honor one of our fallen officers, K-9 Officer Riddick. End of watch, 9/21/24. Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?" And I said, "Here I am, send me." Isaiah 6:8. In honor of Officer Riddick, who laid down his life for all of us. I speak for us and all of the citizens, I'm sure, of Nampa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your service. You are appreciated. Okay, another picture. Come on. Come on up.
Good thing you wore that tie.
Sorry, the chairs. Come on up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, David.
Mayor Kling, I want you to know that Belinda made that herself, and that was her idea. So thank you,
Belinda,
Belinda.
that was beautiful. Yeah. Councilman Rodriguez, thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else signed up this evening?
Yes, Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Holly Hawes.
Holly, as you come forward, we have 3 minutes for public testimony, and thank you for sharing your name and address.
You're very welcome. I'm Holly Hawes, 120 Hudson Avenue, apartment B, and that's in our Nampa. Madam Mayor and council members, I am on behalf of 2 other of my neighbors that couldn't be here tonight because of illness. So I'm going to quickly tell all 3 of our problems. First of all, I love our neighborhood. We have wonderful, sweet people, both old and very young, and there's a hazard on our street, and that's my concern, because there is speeding going on every day. There are trucks going down very, very fast, and just as like it's a shortcut to where they're going. Anyway, that's my main concern. For Robert, he was mostly concerned in his part about the noise that some people are making, and that has been a real problem. And then for Matthew, his main concern today was that he has learned about the laws concerning trailers, and right now there are 2 trailers on either side of the road across from each other. One is a huge trailer van, and it's not attached to a truck. It has no license plates. And the one on the other side is smaller, but it's been there for a very long time, and it also has no license or attachment to any vehicle. So both of those are actually against the laws that we understand, and that's Matthew's concern. So for me, concerned about my older neighbors who can't move quickly, the little children who are oblivious, having that blocked to make it smaller makes it even more dangerous for them. And there are little people that are going out on their little scooters and having fun, or crossing, getting ready to the school that's right on the corner, the other direction. And there's no safety net for them. And those are the ones that I'm concerned about. I would like to see if there's any way that we could get speed bumps or a camera to actually watch the speed. The 3 people that I actually took pictures of speeding had no rear license plates, so I couldn't do anything about it. I did take pictures of both of those 2 trailers so that you can see that it's narrowed the road right where the worst speed comes down as they turn that first corner to come down our street as a shortcut. So I know that that's challenging, and that's all I have to say.
Holly, thank you so much. And I know Robert has been working with our office, and he's been in a number of times.
Yeah,
and
he's
so,
ill tonight. He's not feeling well.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. But I think I want to ask, our chief of staff is in the back, our COO. Peter, if you could just make sure that this testimony gets logged into our system, and mainly the trucks, because I know we've been working with Robert, but the 2 trailers that are there for safety for code, if we could just follow up. I just want to make sure we follow up on that.
Thank you.
Holly, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any more advanced signups.
Is there anyone here that had intended to sign up this evening that was unable to do so? Okay.
I don't know if it's for a different agenda item, but I did sign up.
For a public hearing? Is it?
I'm not sure if it's a public hearing. They said I was going to be before the...
Go ahead and come forward and give us your name, and we'll figure it out.
It's regarding the Coyote Springs well.
Oh, okay.
Not yet?
Coyote Springs is it's a new business item, so you can't, this isn't a time to come. So perfect. This is, yes. So thank you. I'm glad you raised your hand. So go ahead and share your name and address and what you're thinking.
My name is Amanda Van Gils, and my address is 17061 North Wiley Place, Nampa 83687.
Thank you.
So good evening. I live in the Coyote Springs subdivision, and we're a small subdivision comprised of only 23 homes. I am in a leadership position within our homeowners association, but today I speak to you in my personal capacity as a neighbor. We have a beautiful, well-maintained, pristine neighborhood that we are proud of. You can imagine our dismay when one day last month we woke up to the beginnings of an 8-foot fence with barbed wire planned being built on the city lot in our neighborhood. There was no communication. It was very much a surprise. Several of our residents immediately started to call the Water Division at the City of Nampa. I am very happy that the project manager was receptive to our concerns. We're grateful that they listened to us and stopped the building of the barbed wire fence, and even informed us of the city council meeting. And I'm here to make sure that you're aware that we as a neighborhood care about the design of the well and the appearance it will have within our neighborhood. If you have seen the map, you will see that this lot directly abuts 2 of our residents, and the entire front face of the city lot it borders our cul-de-sac. So it's very much in the middle of our neighborhood. You can imagine that the prison-style fencing would not only bring down the look of the neighborhood, but also potentially affect the home value of the neighboring homes. There are ways to meet the security requirements of the critical infrastructure while also being aesthetically pleasing and cost-effective. One way is to shrink the footprint of the fencing, which would save money. I just want to make sure that you're aware that we are vested in the design of this project and we want to be involved. I know that today wasn't a decision-making meeting where we're going to be talking about design of the well, but I just wanted to make you aware that whatever does get designed affects our neighborhood and we want it to look good, but also, more importantly, not affect the value of our homes.
Thank you for taking time out of your evening to come sit here and to provide testimony and share that with us. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, with that, I think our public forum time is concluded. I think we will go ahead and do our staff communications. So Rodney, you're on with our planning and zoning update.
Mayor, I apologize. I did not get that prepared this time. I will report on it next time.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Okay, so it is 6 o'clock. I tell you what, though, I'm just thinking, we have 7-1 can wait. I would like to go ahead and do 7-2 because Jose De Leon is here. 7-2 is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor to sign the lease with the Southwest District Health for the establishment and operation of the Nampa Women, Infant, and Children Supplemental Nutrition Program, which is called WIC, to have an office at the Idaho Hispanic Community Center. And Jose De Leon is here if we have any questions on that.
I would have moved that we approve that.
A second.
It's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I don't know, maybe I'm just confused on what our vision is for the Hispanic Center.
And Jose, you can come on up.
Yeah, and I emailed Jose, so I have his notes here, but when I asked Jose kind of what the vision was, just because I wanted to make sure I was on the same page, it's, he wrote this and he says, you know, it's been going back and forth and we're still trying to revise it, but it is to focus on areas of art, language, history, cuisine, music, and dance. So it's supposed to be like a vibrant hub where individuals can come together and celebrate the different backgrounds. And so I'm just kind of wondering how this particular one fits in. I know that Jose is doing such a great job and trying to get as much people in there to kind of help share those costs that we're floating right now, but I just want to make sure we're doing it right and that we're putting the right tenants in here that fit the vision for what the building is.
Thank you. And Jose, I know you have an answer for that, but I want to say it's broader than that piece, much broader, because it's about jobs. It's about meeting the needs of local residents and having services and agencies actually available to serve the needs of the public in that location. But I'll let you speak to that. Thank you.
Mayor. And thank you, Councilwoman Jangula. We definitely appreciate where that comes from, because in reality, it's very, very important to the community that the Idaho Hispanic Community Center represent the Latino community within Nampa and even the greater area of the Treasure Valley. But for us, one of the things that I focus in is layering. And while we're going through the strategic planning, and we're actually building a really nice strategic plan right now with the planning group, while we're doing that, there are different pillars that we're working on. And one of those pillars is that health and wellness piece within our community. And so that particular piece is actually a little easier to fill as far as like having the presence at the center, the health and wellness piece, because there's so many partners that want to be part of that. But in addition to that, you're correct. We are working on a cultural piece that's actually going to mesh very well. One of those, as an example, was the 208 night market that we did this last season that ended in September. That's a piece of that cultural entity that we're trying to create at the center. In addition to that, I call it a layering because we start with a particular type of service. In this case, health and wellness, the Community Resource Center, the Idaho Hispanic Foundation, and then we build on that and integrate the arts, the culture, the entertainment, the venue, and so on and so forth. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get that done, but right now what we're finding is that it's easier to actually work on that particular piece. And the Southwest District Health being in the building will create a level of service that'll actually bring a lot of people to the center for a particular purpose, but then expose them to other activities that we have within the center. And so that is the reason why we're looking to actually engage.
Turn my mic on. Jose, the Snake River Elementary School had a compassionate care component that, is that now in addition or working with Southwest District Health together in the same location now at the cultural center?
Yes, the Community Resource Center that was at Snake River now is on our first floor on the main center. The proposed Southwest District offices would be serving the greater Nampa area, and the families within Nampa would be on the second floor. But they were in collaboration because the Community Resource Center also leans into Southwest District Health for the services that they also provide, which would make it kind of a seamless transition. Hey, rather than send you to a different building, different city, like in Caldwell, now we can just send you upstairs and actually and kind of make it a seamless transition. So that is part of what we're actually looking to see is seamlessness within the services that we provide. But on top of that, obviously, there's going to be different components within that strategic plan that's also going to fulfill that purpose. And right now, the Community Resource Center is working to kind of build up the center right now, and so they're actively working there full time now. In addition to that, we have a commercial kitchen that we're working on. And part of what we found is that a lot of our Latino community do a lot of pop-up vendors, and they also do a lot of food trucks, and they also do a lot of restaurants. And because of that, that commercial kitchen is going to be a key component to some of the services that we offer for the culinary piece. And Southwest District Health also assists us with that in the sense that they do the licensing, they do the certifications, and so on and so forth. And so if we have a component of Southwest District Health in the building already, then we have the ability to expand services that will reach out into that cultural piece, that culinary piece, the cuisine, and that kind of thing. And so that's going to be part of our long-term, business planning as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did that answer your question? Do you have further questions? Okay. So we do have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jangula?
No.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
No.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Jose, thank you so much, and thank you for all you do. It's great to see you. Thank you. At this time, we will go ahead and move over to our public hearings because it's a few minutes after 6. As mentioned earlier, we will plug 8.1 into the public hearing process shortly. So we're going to move to 8.2 on the agenda, and this is an action item. It is the vacation of areas of right-of-way and alley, including a 20,482 square feet portion of South Ivy Street, directly south of Hawaii Avenue, abutting 3 parcels. This is addressed as 0605 and 611 East Hawaii. This is a 2,600 square foot portion of Ivy Street, right away adjacent 2 parcels addressed as 0515 and 605 East Hawaii Avenue, and the alley. This is for the White Pines apartment homes for Brandon McDougall and Kimley Horn and Associates, representing Pedcore Investments, and Patrick Stoffrigan is our applicant here this evening. Good evening. Go ahead and come forward. If you could go ahead and state your name and your address, and then you're going to have 7 minutes, and you can tell us about the project and what you're wanting to accomplish.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brandon McDougall, address is 1100 West Idaho Street in Boise, Idaho, 83702. Thank you for the opportunity just to talk briefly on this. I think Rodney summed it up fairly well with the packet. But ultimately, this, as you indicated, this is going to be a part of the White Pines Apartments that's currently under construction right now. As you can see on the screen before us with the aerial, the area that's identified in the light blue is the existing right-of-ways that we are looking to vacate on the property. The alley, which is the one that's furthest to the west, has some existing utilities that will intend to make sure that there's an easement that covers those easements or those utilities, but the balance of the property doesn't have any utilities that we're aware of. Ultimately, what is planned here is just an extension of the White Pine Apartments. At one point in time, we had a site plan showing 2 of the buildings that are under construction right now to fit on this particular split up property. With associated parking, landscaping, and whatnot. So that's ultimately the goal, is to just try to clean up these parcels. Currently, we do have a split zoning on this property, so it ultimately needs to, the furthest east parcel will need to be rezoned in order to do what White Pines has set out. So that would likely come before you at that time of the rezone. So tonight, we're just hearing about the right-of-way vacation. So if there's any questions that you have, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Council, do you have any questions at this time? Okay, so we will move to our staff report, public hearing, and then have you come back for closing comments and to answer any questions that come up.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Rodney.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. For the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. This is a pretty straightforward project for vacating land that's just not used for right-of-way anymore. I do want to just point out, we did have the original public hearing on August 19th, and it was continued. We were working out the legal description that they had provided, and I think we've worked that out now, and we're clear on the legal description. So I'll go through this pretty quickly. We just tried this out to see if it would work. It wasn't working this morning either. Thank you, Christy. Okay, so you can see here the different zones that are associated with this right-of-way. And I'm not going to go through too much detail here, but unless you ask for it. Back in 2007, there was a variance for a sign size, and it was approved. In June of 2008, variance for increased signage approved. CUP for a hospital with ambulance service. P&Z Commission recommended approval for zoning map amendment from RD to RP and approved a conditional use permit for multifamily development contingent upon the approval at the rezone of the rezone request. I should have clarified that. Those other requests for signage and other things were inclusive of a bigger project than this one. 2021, City Council denied the zoning map amendment, and primarily due to its proximity to the residential single-family homes in the area, and that being not compatible. Those were the comments. And the density was too much. So they left it to the RD zoning, and if this project came in, anything that was proposed would need to be compliant with the RD zone. Here's an aerial view of it. Are you advancing or am I? Okay, good. Okay, so a couple of things on vacations. We don't get these too often, but it just needs to be executed in accordance with provisions of Idaho State Code. So what are the codes related to that? It needs to have the consent of the adjoining owners. So in this situation, the city is an adjoining owner. They've contacted the neighbor to the east as an adjoining neighbor, and then, of course, their properties. So we have received the okay there. And then it just needs to be in according to the city's will. You know, you need to find that it is beneficial for the city. The Nampa Engineering Division gave comments here, a couple of conditions that I've incorporated into the proposed conditions of approval. And then Idaho Power, they mentioned this in their presentation, that there are a couple of facilities in the right-of-way, and so they just need to preserve the ability to use those facilities, so an easement will be required there. Staff analysis, staff notes the vacation is permanent. If a vacation were to be approved, it would still apply even if the property were to redevelop in an alternative way. So if you have any concerns about that, now's the time to address that. The purpose, the vacation of existing right-of-way would allow the applicant to incorporate the existing right-of-way area into their properties for future development in accordance with uses permitted in the existing zoning, or to come back in and do a rezone as they've proposed. Land use. Since the land use change isn't being requested with this application for vacation, the following will apply. They'll need to go through the rezone of the property or comply with the existing code. So here are the proposed conditions of approval. Those are all in your packet, so I'm not going to spend too much time over those. And then here are the findings. Consent of the joining owners was submitted in writing. This request was processed in accordance with Idaho State Code. And then vacating this easement is necessary to make the most efficient use of the property, and City of Nampa Engineering and other public utility agencies have been notified and agree with these vacations. So with that, here are a couple of potential motions for your consideration, and I would stand for questions.
Mayor McLean.
Councilman Rodriguez and then Councilman Haverfield.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if we approve this vacation, then Idaho Power says that they indicate that the company does maintain electrical facility within the right-of-way and must retain all existing rights related thereto. So basically, we're in, I hate to use infringing, but we're opening our abilities to, yeah, so where do we stand with Idaho Power on this, if it's approved?
Oh, excuse me, Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez. So that comment is regarding that they have facilities existing in the right-of-way that's being requested to vacate. So they just need assurance that those facilities, they have access to those and that their easement will continue. And so we have no concern about that. We'll ensure that they have access.
Do we have to have a letter or in the modification, I guess, if you will, description of that in the vacation approval?
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, so if this is approved and this is a condition of the approval, when legal drafts the actual ordinance that vacates that, part of that ordinance will retain an easement for the existing utilities within there for Idaho Power.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Haverfield?
And that's kind of the clarity I was looking for. In the packet, it talks about a vacation to erase an easement or right-of-way. The request was a vacation of a right-of-way, not an easement. So we're talking about maintaining the easement for Idaho Power, but allowing the right-of-way to be basically removed. So is that clear? I guess, is that what you're looking for?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, if you look at number 3 on the proposed conditions of approval, you can see that there. The ordinance shall retain a utility easement for Idaho Power facilities as they exist in the project boundaries.
So was the applicable regulations just covering the vacation to erase easements and right-of-way, just clarity that we could look into, but not necessarily the motion?
We're vacating the right-of-way so that the city doesn't have any rights to that right-of-way anymore.
Okay.
But the easements will remain on the property.
Okay, because somewhere along the line of your dissertation, you talked about if we need to do anything, now's the time to do it.
Oh, yes. So the comment there was just to state that this is a permanent situation. So if there's ever any interest in maintaining some kind of right-of-way for the city to maintain it there, now is the time, because this is not associated with a specific project or this applicant. It would go for the property and then never be able to be used again.
So my question to you is this the time that we should allow you then to speak to whether you want to have a utility easement or something across the property that we need to maintain?
Yeah, we'll look at that when a project gets developed and ensure that they have the utilities that they need there. So engineering has reviewed that for that purpose that you just asked, and they didn't find any concerns with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Yes,
Good
Todd.
question, Mayor. Thanks.
Comment?
Rodney, just for clarification in my mind, so we're vacating the right-of-way, and then the easement that would remain would be just between the applicant and Idaho Power.
That's correct, yeah.
If there are no further questions at this time, we'll move into public hearing. Okay.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any advance signups for this item.
Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on this item? Seeing no one, this is an opportunity for applicant to provide a closing comment or answer any further questions.
Again, Brandon McDougald, I don't have anything further to add, but certainly stand here if there's any questions that you may have for myself.
Council, do you have any further questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, what is the will of council?
Want to read that?
Mayor, I move to approve the vacation of areas of right-of-way and alley to include 20,482 square feet portion of South Ivy Street directly south of Hawaii Avenue and abutting 3 parcels R1177901100, R1178000000, and R1178001000, addressed as 0, 605, and 611 East Hawaii Avenue, a 6,000 square foot portion of Ivy Street right-of-way adjacent to parcels R11779011, 100, R1177900000, and R1178000000, addressed as 0, 515 and 605 East Hawaii Avenue, and the alley between parcels R1177901100, 0.82 acres at 0 East Hawaii Avenue, and R1177900000, 0.82 acres at 515 East Hawaii Avenue for Brandon McDougald, Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated, representing Petcor Investments LLC, Patrick Strofergen, VAC-00066-2024, VAC-00067-2024, VAC-00068-2024, with the proposed conditions and findings listed in the staff report.
I'll second the motion. I think you missed a 0, though.
Oh, okay. I'll repeat.
Mayor, if I might.
Thank you.
There were a lot of zeros in there, Councilmember Griffin. I just want to make sure on that first square footage number there on the 4th line, it was 2,600, and I thought I heard a different number, but you were.
Heard 6,000.
Yeah.
I amend my motion to say 2,600 in line 4.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the action. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
At this time, we will move on to 8.3 on the agenda. This is an action item. It's the appeal of a Planning and Zoning Commission approval of subdivision preliminary plat for Falcon Townhome subdivision in a 2-family residential zoning district totaling 7.77 acres at 0 Lake Lowell Avenue. This is for Delta LLC representing Atul Karim appealed, and it was appealed by Zebediah Haynes. So we're going to start with the appellant, which would be Zebediah. Are you here this evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So go ahead and restate your name, your address, and you'll have 7 minutes.
All right, so my name is Zebediah Haynes. My address is 11144 West Murao River Street, Nampa 83686. My apologies, I was not able to get it in to be able to have this information.
Thank you.
My apologies for the secondary copies. Some of them might be a little low on ink as I ran
Thank you.
out. I'm hoping I can touch the main reason I did it. That's all. So, and then the referencing materials. Is there anyone else who wants one or needs one?
We're good.
The referencing materials, a copy of exhibits B and C, which are documentation. My apologies for the green. Again, I was running out and I did not get enough in time before I ran out of ink. These are for the actual DA from 2006, which we will be referencing to as I speak.
Okay. So as we speak, Rodney Ashby, actually, thank you, has a copy. Rodney, you may need a copy of this exhibit also.
Thank you.
Rodney will show it on the screen so that everyone can see what you're referencing.
Thank you. So were you able to find me? I remember last time you guys had trouble finding me in the system, my address.
Just state your address. All
Okay.
you need to do is just share your name again and
Okay,
state your
that's
address.
Zebediah Haynes. Address is 11144 West Morel River Street, Nampa, Idaho 83686. I'm here to speak about the appeal of Planning and Zoning Commission approval for subdivision preliminary plat for Falcon Townhomes subdivision on behalf of members of the Copper River Basin and Carriage Hill North subdivisions. Our reason for appeal is to address concerns of the surrounding community homeowners, inconsistencies between the 2006 residential development agreement and the proposed Falcon Townhomes preliminary plat, possible resolutions to meet the needs and goals of the growing Nampa community. The concerns of the main concerns of the homeowners that have been brought to our attention are, it's going to be the next page. Did I do that one out of order? Excuse me. I have another copy. So the concerns of the homeowner is drainage. Nothing has been provided as to how the natural above-ground drainage will be accommodated for on-site. The new subdivision will be at a higher plane than the existing northern community. Inconsistencies in documentation provided by Falcon Townhomes. The provided landscaping plans have inconsistent scaling stated on the same document. One actually says 1 inch equals 40 feet and 1 inch equals 50 feet on the same document. Will the units be for sale to owner or rentals by the company? Because it specified that they would be rentals in their original application, but not in their secondary application. They put other with no response. Traffic and parking with a limited number of new space for the new subdivision. A chain across South Sabine River Avenue as emergency access only will not stop an increase in parking or vehicle and pedestrian traffic in the northern subdivision. Increased traffic flow concerns during school bus pickup and drop-off may be caused by having a singular entrance in and out of the new community rather than two per the 2006 DA on Lake Lowell Avenue. The number of parking spaces does not appear to meet the minimum requirement for the number of spaces per unit under 10 TAC 22, TAC 6, TAC B of the Nampa Code of Ordinances, requiring 2.5 spaces of designated parking per unit. Because as it's not stated in contract yet, any parking within the garages cannot be included in those numbers per the code. For inconsistencies with the 2006 DA Exhibit C, Section C, that would be the secondary document I provided. The minimum floor area or minimum dwelling size shall be 1,600 square feet, exclusive of the garage area. According to the 2006 DA, the Falcon plat has 1,510 square feet. My understanding of minimum means minimum, not less than. At least 75% of the secondary story for dwelling shall be, and I didn't put it all in there so I don't have to read everything to you guys because I don't think you guys want to hear every verbatim of the actual agreement, which is in the second document I provided. But to sum it up, break the plane of the lower and upper level. The 2006 DA variations required in the wall plane. It requires various variations. The Falcon plat has no floor to level offset or architectural features on their design, which is one of the other pictures I did also include, which is these ones. And that one. For inconsistencies with the 2000, I think I got it all. No, I did not. My apologies. 3 minutes. The at least 75% of the second story of two-story dwelling shall be, and then there's the rest of it. In the 2006 DA, the variations required in wall plane, again, there aren't any. I just repeated myself, so my apologies. Elevations of dwellings shall incorporate varied wall planes or roof forms, and main entries shall be defined by, and some of the examples given are wainscoting, lighting, etc. In the 2000 DA does provide examples, but the Falcon Plat does not show or infer any that I can see on those images that they provided. The elevations of dwellings, including the garage, shall include stucco, stone, brick, or similar material, covering, cutting to the end of that section, the facade oriented to a street. 2006 DA minimum requirement of 20%. Again, the Falcon Plat does not show or infer any in that imagery that they have provided or in the details that they have provided in writing. The dwelling shall, section G, dwelling shall include design features such as recessed windows and entrance doors, pop-outs, or continuing on to the end of it. 2006 DA gives examples again of these architectural details that can be used. It does not appear that the Falcon Plat has any or infers any, once again, as you can see by the lovely drawings they had provided, which I have provided to you. So continuing on to the inconsistency with 2006 DA Exhibit C, Section 4, structure placement. Projects shall be designed to use the least number of vehicle access points, and sidewalks are encouraged. As I said, I'm shrinking it down for you. 2006 DA includes parking, landscaping, sidewalk, front yard, and two-way road alley along the northern property line. The Falcon Plat have 25 feet from the rear of the building to the property line, including the easement, patio, and landscaping. It's a much smaller area, so they're a bit closer. The building exteriors facades shall include architectural characteristics. The DA requires a minimum change of plane for at least 40% of the exterior wall area. A lot of this pertains directly to the front of it. If you've noticed in the imagery or pictures that were provided by them that I have provided to you, the front is actually where the garage door is. It's flat. From top to bottom. It's just flat. So, Falcon Plat does not have either of these requirements shown or inferred, in my opinion. Exterior finished materials shall not be reflective and shall, this is Section D, the 2006 DA requires a minimum of 3 varying colors and other things that fall into this category. Again, the Falcon Plat does not appear to have those or infer them in their diagrams. Most of my pictures were just for interest's sake, so my apologies. Community concerns optional resolutions. For drainage, if they were to add an above-ground drainage break between northern property line and new subdivision buildings, that would fix that problem. Inconsistent documentation. Ensure Falcon Townhomes provides consistent, complete forms, fully divulging intent and accuracy of project. Privacy, placing the roadway around the outer edge of the subdivision with garage alley access per the 2006 DA plat. Add new subdivision amenities for new homeowners such as pool and basketball court would all handle those problems as we see. And then public parking, a gate consistent with the existing fencing across the South Sabine River Avenue for emergency access only and keyed for emergency vehicle only. Secondary access and a secondary access in and out of the new subdivision from Lake Lowell Avenue.
Okay, so with that, unfortunately, you are out of time.
Yes, ma'am.
So you covered a lot and a lot of detail, which is great. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing it with us. We appreciate that. So you will have the opportunity to come back and answer questions. So the process tonight is then the applicant will come forward. They'll have 7 minutes. Then staff will come. And then we will allow public testimony. Then we'll have you back.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you so much.
Members of the council.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling, I do
Yes.
have one question. If I could
Okay,
ask
go
one
ahead,
question.
yes.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I forgot to ask
Yeah, that's
council.
okay.
Excuse me, that was my
That's
goof.
okay, yeah. And inconsistencies with 2006 DA Exhibit C, Section 3E, and under elevations, you put, and main entries shall be defined by wainscoting. What is that?
Wainscot. Wainscot, isn't it?
Well, I don't,
Oh.
wainscoting, is that what it is?
Wainscot, yes.
What does that mean?
I had to look it up, and I don't recall the exact definition I found. because I wasn't sure exactly what it meant myself, so anything I wasn't sure of, I looked up the definition, and I do not recall off the top of my head, because I'm not a builder.
Let me ask
unfortunately.
a builder. David, what does that mean?
Wainscot is typically a change in siding material, so that changes up the differential.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Sometimes it'll be done on a pop-out, or the section will come out and back.
So it's basically a design issue.
It's a half, it's not a full wall material, it's a half wall
Oh.
typically, and used as an accent.
Okay. There you go, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you have any other questions?
No, ma'am, I'm
Okay,
good.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is our applicant here this evening?
Mayor, can I just clarify something real
Yes.
quick? The second document that he provided was the development agreement, and I just wanted to clarify, I didn't show that up on the screen because that is in the packet.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is our applicant here? Good evening. And go ahead, I think you know how to do this, but name and address, and you also have 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. 7 minutes?
7.
It shows 3 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, we'll just need to change it. There we go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Atul Karim. I'm the owner of Delta LLC. My address is 1261 East Ricardo Street, Boise, Idaho, 83706. So it has been more than 5 years. I've been trying to get the approval, changed a lot of times, and tried to follow everything that was recommended last time. And many neighbors were happy with what we came up with the last design, and still there are some oppose. That's expected. So I'll try to answer some questions or some points. The first one was the difference in the from the 2006 DA. That was just a conceptual plan. They did not go like far to have all this design ready. But when we actually did the engineering design, we saw that it has some issue. It falls. Some of the buildings are falling inside the easement area. And we talked to the irrigation district. We had a meeting with PNC Commission, Christie, Parker, and Curtis from Nampa Meridian Irrigation District. And Irrigation District was completely opposing that they will not allow any building on the easement area. So that's the main reason we had to modify the design. We kept everything same. We kept the number of building counts, type of buildings, everything same. We just had to rotate the site plan. So that's the main purpose of having this difference. There's no more change, like additional changes. So to answer to some other questions like parking, we have more than minimum requirement. So it's a 2-car garage for each unit, each door. And on the driveway, there is space. And we have 19 guest parking. The minimum is 11. And if needed, we can make it more. Okay, so that's why I think parking is not an issue. Next item is the building elevation. Our civil engineer is licensed in Idaho, so he will design that follows all the Idaho's law. So I don't think that elevation or drainage will be an issue. And you know, it's illegal to throw our water to some other subdivision. We'll not do that because it will not be approved. And our civil engineer will confirm that. And I think that's all. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Councilman Haverfield.
Just for clarification, the 2006 site plan had perimeter access around the units. The units were brought to the center. You're still proposing those units being pressed up against the north and the south boundary lines with a center access aisle. Is that correct? That's what's shown in the...
Yeah, the new design is like that, yeah. Because previously there was no access from the north subdivision. It's new.
Okay. And City Council in 2024, I believe, we denied this proposed change, stating that we would rather see it back to what was approved in 2006.
Oh, there was a higher count. It was 56. So the recommendation was to follow the same number of buildings or doors.
I don't recall it that way, but that's just, I'm trying to understand why we're seeing the same site plan come back before us that was denied.
The number is different, number of doors.
The number of units might be different, but the setbacks are not.
Because we couldn't do that. If we do that, then we have to violate it. So to maintain that easement requirement, we could not have two roads going like in the perimeter.
Okay. I'll wait and hear what the staff has to say.
Sure. So
Thank you.
this is, I'm referring to a meeting we had last year, maybe March or May, where planning, zoning, and irrigation district were there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, Rodney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. Maybe I can do this without my glasses. I just wanted to speak to a couple of things here that might help us make some decisions. First of all, the comments that were shared from the appellant, those were the first time I'd seen those comments. You saw in the packet the narrative that was given, and it was pretty simple, and so I didn't have a lot to analyze in the packet about what they're opposing this for. However, as I listened to the comments that were given, almost without exception, the comments that were shared were about design review requirements, and that would be handled through the design review process. The project before you is a preliminary plat. It is not design standards that you're looking at right now. The entitlement is in place, so the annexation occurred, the zoning occurred, and the development agreement was established with some design requirements. So when a building is proposed, a building permit is submitted to our staff, we will look at that development agreement for compliance with any of those design review requirements. So I just want to make sure that's very clear. The project before you is whether it complies with code and does it comply with the original development agreement. A development agreement often includes a concept plan. In this case, it was a concept plan that was fairly not specific in that it's hard to make out a lot of the details, and that was pretty common back then. A development agreement isn't necessarily saying this is an absolute unless stated by the conditions of approval. So a development agreement concept plan is typically used to give you a concept or a site that you can look at and kind of pick apart and identify what concerns you have and then state that in your motion. This project, again, will be reviewed during the building permit process for compliance with that development agreement. Okay, so with that, I will kind of move forward through this pretty quickly. This is in the RD zone. To the north is the RS6 Copper River Basin subdivision. To the south is the RS 8.5 Carriage Hill North subdivision. To the east is BC Community Business Zone, and it's vacant right now. To the west is an RA single family home. Services, utilities, and emergency services are and can be made available to the property. The engineering team has looked at this and identified its ability to serve this property with the needed services. And you can see where each of those utilities are existing. So history, April of 2006, City Council approved the annexation and zoning of the property to RD, as well as the comprehensive plan future land use map amendment from low density to medium density residential. The annexation was approved with a development agreement, ordinance 3584. The approved plan was for a 44-unit duplex and triplex project. And I'll show you that concept in just a minute. In September of 2020, a pre-application meeting was held with P&Z Engineering and Fire. in September of 2021, Planning and Zoning Commission voted to deny the preliminary plat and recommended denial of the development agreement modification, and that was to increase the density and the number of units on the property. City Council voted to remand the decision back to the Planning and Zoning Commission in 2021, November of 2021. In April of 2022, Planning and Zoning Commission voted to approve the development agreement modification for future subdivision plat. This did include an increase in density and number of units as well. City Council voted to deny the development agreement modification request. And again, that was because they felt like the City Council at that time felt like they didn't want to increase density in this area. All right, so here's the correspondence from agencies. I'm not going to highlight these too much. I want to get to, unless there's a specific need here, but I want to get to some of the correspondence we received from the public. Most of the comments we received from the public are related to the entitlement rather than to the plan or the plat request. That means that it's a bit late to say that townhomes in this area are not the appropriate land use on the property because that's already been decided. It was annexed and zoned appropriately. It had a development agreement in place. But the comments that we received, I tried to highlight some of those, but there were extensive comments even over the weekend and even today. You've been provided those, I believe, on your desk in front of you. Is that right, Shar? And so, again, I wasn't able to go through each of these comments just because of the lateness of their submittal. But the comments that I did review and put in the staff report addressed concerns about the access to Copper River Basin subdivision, setbacks, parking, lack of utilities and infrastructure to serve, and traffic increase, and then just general compatibility and height of the townhomes versus existing single-family homes in the area. So here's the layout of the concept plan in the development agreement. Not a ton of detail here, but there were a lot of those conditions for design review, which we will review at time of building permit. 44-unit duplex and triplex project, about 6 dwelling units on an acre gross, and some design elements, generally those found in design review code.
Mayor? Rodney, can I just interrupt you for a second? When you talk about not having a lot of detail, when I look at a site plan like this, what I'm seeing is an access road on the north perimeter, on the south perimeter, and then rear-loaded garages down the center. That's what I see.
Yeah. Yep.
So
You're
that's
right.
a definition that I tried to explain. What we saw in the proposal tonight was just a center drive lane with front-loaded garages.
That's correct.
So that's a
Yep.
major difference between what was approved in 2006, what was reanalyzed, I guess, and brought before council in 2024.
Yeah. Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, I completely understand that, and that perspective is reasonable and understandable. From a planner's perspective, I guess we looked at it and said, we don't see that it dramatically is differing from the proposal. Although you're absolutely right, it's loading from an alley versus a center drive, as you've described. So that is completely in your purview to make a decision as a city council whether that is a dramatic change from the original site plan, concept plan.
And there's also a separation to the buildings themselves of a drive lane, landscape buffers, so the units themselves are set back quite a bit farther. And I remember that's what the concern was by the adjacent property owners.
Yeah, so I'll get to showing, I've got a slide that shows the two next to each other, and I'll get to that in just a minute, but the major concern, or I don't know if the applicant said this clearly, but The biggest challenge for him is that waterway to the south, and whether he could tile that, or I should say pipe that water, and then utilize that ground for the full development. He's arguing that that was just out of the ability for this project to develop. It would be too expensive. That is the argument, that he couldn't pipe that water and still have the project move forward. So instead, he is moving it away from the southern boundary, and you're right, it's kind of squished in a little bit on that project. And instead of having the parking and the driving on the perimeter, or the drive lanes on the perimeter of those homes, and an alleyway that loads into garages, he's having a single large drive aisle go down the center and then access off of that larger driveway. Hopefully that's clear. Any questions about that before I move on? Okay.
Question, Mayor?
Yes.
So Rodney, if I'm understanding correctly, your comment just now says that in principle, the two drive aisles go away north and south, but by having the street down the center, it's similar to the original concept.
Mayor and Councilman, I think I better clarify that. It is not similar to the original concept because of both of the drive aisles on the perimeter of the project outside of the homes going away, essentially. And that center aisle, Christy, can you point to the center alleyway? And I'll show you in just a minute. Maybe I can just go to it. Yeah, that center aisle or alleyway is where they would load from. And now that's essentially, let me jump down to, yeah, you can see that aisle is now just the roadway. It's
correct, but from the standpoint of presentation, the loading is still in the center of the
That's
units.
correct. That's correct.
And so the change up is by not piping the canal, and of course they can't build over the canal. It's that distance between the buildings and the adjacent property to the north.
To the north, correct.
That is the differentiate from what council saw two years ago, is that right?
In my opinion, that was very accurately said, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask a quick question? Can you remind us, what was the distance between the initial project and to the north and that subdivision? What was the distance between the actual units and the fencing prior to this, the previous one and this one? What is the difference?
So here's the concept plan that I have to base that off of. Really difficult to see that.
How big it is?
I mean, there is a drive aisle, so it's a pretty good distance there, a drive aisle and parallel parking. So you're probably looking at, I don't know, maybe, and you've got a landscape strip there too, maybe 5 feet there, 20 feet for the drive aisle, another 10
And the DA,
feet.
didn't it say 25
24
feet?
wide, plus the parking.
Did the DA say 25 feet? I made a comment on 25 feet from the rear.
I don't recall that, but it's
Mayor?
probably something like that.
The applicant referenced a 25-foot distance on the new plat.
Oh, okay.
But we do not have a measurement on the concept.
On the concept, okay.
And the concept, again, you can see the buildings actually have, on the north side, you have a landscape strip, let's say that's 5 feet, a drive aisle that's 20 feet, another 9 feet for a parking stall, and then you've got sidewalk and some landscaping. So it is quite a bit different in distance between this concept and the one that they are proposing distance away.
Mayor, I'd say it's at least 50 feet.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the significant change
So there's where you have to determine, is that varying from the original plat? And again, plats, when we have a concept plan like this, we know that there are going to be challenges. There always are. Engineering-wise, property-wise, there are challenges. And so we have never had a policy of sticking that close to the concept plan. But it is a subjective determination. Are we varying dramatically from that original approval and that concept plan, or is it fairly close to the original? And that's the question you have to consider today.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
But Rodney, isn't it because there was previous, when this went before the council back when, there wasn't any subdivisions built, so it did kind of somewhat conform. Now there is new subdivisions that kind of restricting this modification now. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I wasn't necessarily, Mayor and Council, I wasn't necessarily saying that, but the area has certainly developed out over time. What I struggle with is how can I hold them to standards and conditions in place right now when the entitlement was given long ago in 2006. So I'm trying to apply the standards at that time, the approval at that time, to what they are proposing today. Does it meet that original intent to have a concept plan this way? And it very well, I mean, you could find that this doesn't meet that. But as staff, I look at this and say, there are always challenges with developing a site. We have to be a little bit flexible with that concept plan to address those challenges as they arise. In this situation, it was that Deer Flat waterway. And in my estimation, that was enough to trigger that these needed to be changed a little bit. These concept plans needed to change a little bit. But that is just my opinion. That's only staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Rodney.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to try to, we've analyzed the plat according to code. So all of the parking, the open space, the setbacks, all of those things are complied with in this on this plat. So I didn't have any concerns with the actual plat itself. Again, the question is, does it match the development agreement? And you may find that it doesn't. But if it does, then the question is, does it meet code? And staff found that it did meet code. Okay, so I think again, these are concepts that they've submitted. They will not, they will have to comply with the development agreement. So we will review these in detail when they actually submit a plan, a building permit request.
Mayor Kling? Just a follow-up question, Rodney. Are these townhouses or are they
They are townhouses.
So they're meant to be individual ownerships?
Yes, they are on individual properties, correct.
Okay.
And here are the recommended conditions, and these address the comments we received from the agencies and just ensuring compliance with code. And then a couple of motions for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Rodney. Yes, Councilman
Just a follow-up
Haverfield.
question then. If these are individual ownerships, are they required to go before design review?
They are.
For single-family
Townhouses
homes.
are required to, but city council placed a condition that townhouses must go before the planning, for design review.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Rodney, let's go back to what we're doing tonight.
Okay, yeah.
Let's restate that.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Can I just reconfirm, so sometimes we need to separate out what we're doing here from what is staff's responsibility. And what I believe I understood you to say were all the design elements go through the design review committee, and design review committee's responsibility along with staff is to ensure that they fulfill the guidelines as set in the development agreement and code.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, so that we know is taken care of there. Okay.
That's correct. So
Thank you. And then,
again, this is a preliminary plat. It establishes the guidelines for dividing this property up. So it's more about the site than it is about the structures, okay? So setbacks, easements, parking can be included here, but all of those things will be analyzed at building permit. Again, you're establishing a preliminary plat, and the question before you is, does the preliminary plat match the city code, and does it fit within the context of that development agreement, that concept plan that was originally approved by City Council? Those are the two things you have to consider. Not whether the land use is correct, not whether townhouses should go here. That is already decided, it's entitled, and they would have an easy, I should be careful here. I was going to say there's legal concerns, and there are. There's entitlements, and we can't take away those entitlements. So I would just caution you to stick with what you have the authority to do in this situation.
thank you. Councilman Griffin?
Explained it well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing. Council, did you have any further questions for Rodney before we step into a public hearing? Okay, so with that, before we step into the public hearing, Todd, would you like to help us? I think, and Rodney stated it very clearly, but for the people here tonight, when we step into the public hearing time, it's important that you're testifying on what the matter is before us tonight. It's not about whether you want townhouses or the number. That's all done. This is very specific. And so, Todd, would you like to, you can state it from a different voice, right,
Sure.
than Rodney's. Here we go.
Mayor and Council, Rodney stated it pretty well. I'll just emphasize a couple of things. And more of a clarification for the public and a reminder to the council. Often when you have land use things before you, just talking about a project, everything's a project. And we want to talk about what we like and don't like, or compliance or non-compliance with the project. But there's differences in the types of application. And as Rodney mentioned, this is a preliminary plat with a development agreement. You often, as a city council, hear a request to annex and a rezone, and it may have a plat with it. And you have opportunity to talk about housing type and density and whether this type of development is consistent with something else. But all that part has been decided. So any testimony or comments about the type of use, the residential use or the type of home has already been decided. And that's not something that you can change. The entitlement is there. It's really a code compliance issue. Are the lots the right size? Are the setbacks appropriate? Landscape compliance? And then a lot of the design review. So it certainly encourage folks that are testifying to try to focus on the criteria. Ultimately, that's what you have to decide. Does it comply with the preliminary plat criteria? Is it in substantial conformance with the development agreement? And try to encourage folks that are testifying to try to focus on that, but that's really what you can evaluate. So anything else isn't really applicable or relevant.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And with that is, many times in public hearings, we hear comments about traffic. And so tonight, any comments about traffic, this is not the time, because that's already done. The decision, because the number of units that have been determined are already determined. And so am I correct on that? That traffic is not really, those comments, because like you said, we're usually dealing with land use and annexation, and we can address that. The decision has already been made, the number of units has been made. I don't believe the number of units is being requested to be changed. That's staying consistent. So it's about the very specific items that we're talking about. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. The number of units and the total traffic volume, that's been decided. But the specific design of the traffic and compliance with applicable code provisions regarding traffic, that's again a code review compliance issue. But again, the number of units, that's already, the entitlement allows a certain number of units, and they have to simply just comply with that, what they're entitled to do, and the development agreement.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Haverfield?
So for clarification, when you're talking about traffic not being an issue that we can discuss on this, the way that the original development agreement, there were 2 access points onto Lake Lowell, not an access point through to the north. This new concept has a connection to the north because they need 2 points of connection with that many units. So it does impact the development to the north of them. So that's fair game, I think, from a standpoint of discussion. At least that would be my opinion.
Yes. And Todd, would you like to comment on that?
There is a development agreement, and you do need to substantially comply with the site plan and the terms and conditions in the DA.
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, that is proposed as an emergency access only. It is not proposed for general use, if that makes any difference to you.
So the northern access point is being suggested for emergency access only, not for through access. That point right there?
Correct.
Okay, and then before we step into public hearing, can we just confirm that the single access meets the requirements of the city?
Yes, this, with the emergency access, that does meet the city's requirements and the fire code.
Okay.
So back to my point then, the original development agreement in the upper site plan had the 2 access points that are in yellow. So we're basically saying that that's not a requirement now, even though the development agreement indicated as such.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Thank you.
My question again is, maybe to short circuit a little bit of the testimony we're going to hear next. Originally, there was no cross-access to the north, whether it was emergency only or otherwise. This number of units requires 2 entrance points. And it was indicated on the original concept plan that they were onto Lake Lowell.
That's correct.
Okay. So what we're saying is we can allow there to be less access points than what was originally approved in the development agreement in 2006.
That's staff's interpretation.
Thank you.
But from an engineering standpoint and a transportation standpoint, I guess we need to hear, is that allowable? Or is-
So for the number of units proposed, a single access on Lake Lowell is very adequate.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes,
so
Councilman?
just to reiterate, we're not talking about landscaping, we're not talking about designs, we're not talking about anything, but we are talking about the general conformance to the original plan. Is it up for discussion that 2 access points is not general conformance, or that rear loading garages is not general conformance to the original plan? I think Councilman Haverfield's saying the same thing. But for more simple folks to understand like me, that's what we're discussing right now.
That's a good question. Thank you.
Mayor, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, may I just interrupt real quickly? I forgot to talk about the requirement for the 1,600 square foot of the homes. That was a condition that was used many years ago until HUD found that we were violating national law. So by eliminating, or by putting a minimum square footage of a house we were restricting certain types of people or classes or people from affording to live in a home. If they were to build a single-family home, we can't put a restriction on 1,600 square feet anymore. So that is not allowed, and so we're not considering that as a condition that must be complied with.
Okay, thank you. Any
So,
other?
Mayor?
Yes.
Clarification then, probably to engineering. Under the platting of Copper River, the city required that stub street to be put in to the south. Is that correct?
Correct,
And that's a public access.
correct.
So using it as a fire lane is actually a restriction from what was intended with the plat of Copper River.
Correct. It was the intent when that was platted for Copper River that the public street be connected there and extended to Lake Lowell. If that were the desire of the council, this layout could certainly, the proposed layout that was approved by the Planning Commission could certainly accommodate that if council desired to require that as well.
And if so, then the fire lane goes away and it's a public access north or south, either direction.
Correct.
The townhome community potentially could be more impacted with the number of residents in Copper River using that access to get to Lake Lowell.
I would tend to agree with that statement, that it would be more likely that the residents to the north would utilize that access to get out to Lake Lowell rather than the residents in the proposed development to utilize the local road to get up to Middleton or Roosevelt.
So there's minimal impact to Copper River if the townhome development uses that access only for fire in the event the other access is blocked.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions before we step into public hearing? Hopefully, this has been beneficial to those that are here. It's important that we all fully understand what we are capable of doing this evening. So we are going to step into our public hearing. How many people do we have signed up this evening?
Madam Mayor, we have 4 people signed up.
Okay. So we do have 3 minutes. As you come forward, thank you for staying focused on the discussion that we do have the ability to, decisions to make tonight. We appreciate that. So let's get started.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Cheryl Higley.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way. Both the existing 2006 development agreement and the developer's current proposal have 44 dwelling units, but that's where the similarity ends. And there are detrimental differences between the two regarding parking, the site layout, exits, and building design. The original, the 2006 development agreement, had 290 total parking spaces. I counted them so that you wouldn't have to. The developer's proposal has 195. That's a difference of 95 parking spaces, which is 33%. The extra parking will overflow into Copper River Basin. Even though they may meet the minimum, if you've gone around townhomes around town, there's always overflow parking onto the nearby streets, especially with big trucks that a lot of Idahoans own. The site layout, as Councilman Haverfield pointed out in the prior public hearing, which I was here for that, the difference in the layout is quite substantial. The perimeter road around the townhomes provides a buffer between Copper River Basin and the townhomes and gives extra parking spaces. Without it, the townhomes will back up less than 10 feet from Copper River Basin homes, which will invade their privacy, and the less parking spaces, which I already mentioned. The building design, which Rodney has said will be handled in the review, the architectural review. But the plain and simple designs that were provided in the packet are not very reassuring for the nearby neighbors. It seems like a developer would want to be courting you to have you approve their project, and to have them look like a Motel 6 is not very encouraging. Section 4A of Exhibit C, Conditions of Approval, in the 2060A, states that any negative impact on adjoining properties would be minimized. The developer's current proposal includes many changes regarding parking, site layout, exits, and building design, which do not substantially conform and will have a negative impact and be to the detriment of the adjacent neighborhoods. Because there is an existing DA for this property, the developer is to abide by its terms and conditions unless he files an application for a modification or termination of that agreement. The P&Z's approval of the developer's current proposal was based on the premise that it substantially conforms to the existing 2006 DA for the property. However, it has been shown it does not substantially conform. And we should not even have had to file an appeal. It should either go through the modification or the termination process. Per item number 7 of the 2060A, especially if it cannot be built according to the development agreement. Based on these facts that have been presented tonight, I would urge you to deny this application for Falcon Townhouses. Thank you for your consideration and for your dedicated service.
Thank you, Cheryl. Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Seth Vincent.
Madam Mayor, councilors, city staff, Seth Vincent, 13217 South Laramie River Avenue. Definitely don't want to be in your shoes tonight, but as citizens, it's nice to be able to come and present our case and share our concerns. Madam Mayor, thank you for helping kind of keep things on track to the process at hand and what the decisions are made. As we're looking at this plot map and 2006 to 2024, to kind of lighten the mood in here, it looks like in 2006 we agreed to buy a horse. We came back in 2024 and that horse has turned into a cow. And so as I look at this, I live in Copper River. I'm in that loop just to the north. So if there is access directly into Copper River Basin, that would affect my home. That traffic would be a 50-50 chance of driving by my home or around the other side of the loop. But looking at this, my opinion and my urge to council is that these are very different concepts. If an agreement was made in 2006, don't know if any of the councilor members were here at that time. It looks really nice, having parking on the center lane, having the open spaces. You know what? Do I want townhomes? That's my opinion. We're in a world that is going to continue to grow if we can adapt and overcome. But coming back here many, many years later with a proposal that has one entrance, an exit to, and significant, in my opinion, that's significant changes that do not conform to that 2006 agreement. So I would urge council to move a different direction and deny that application. If I had to wait this long and go through this process, you know what, sometimes time is not on our side. If we're trying to develop something, we've got to act swiftly. To my understanding, a lot of the development around that area wasn't even in existence in 2006 when this agreement was made. I believe Copper River Basin started in 2007. So the concepts that were presented at that time in that agreement, the world is changing fast. Our community is changing very fast. Different areas, different pockets build up. New homes come in where old homes were. Apartment buildings, duplexes, triplexes, all that stuff is an aspect of a community development that we have to be careful and strategic to go through, and that's the decisions before you tonight. But when plans come in and they change over 15 plus years, and there's significant difference in my opinion, then it's reason to slow down and say, you know what, does this conform or does this need to be terminated and start over? As I see it, yes. The 2006 agreement, I think, would be a potential complement to the community out there with those two access points. But coming back and going, well, I can't afford to build that, but here's something that maybe I can, and relying on city staff to continually tell me what I need to do differently on that.
Madam Mayor, time.
I think that's not where city staff and your time and effort needs to be spent. So thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Maria Lyman.
Hi, everybody. My address is 12967 South Aranco Way. My house is backyard to Lake Lowell. My problem is that I hope this is not a done deal. I'm very disappointed if it is, because we've already closed 2 schools. That means a lot of retired people are moving here. And I lived in townhomes, and they rent them. The first 10 years were great. The second 10 years, we had to be gone. Okay? I'm just so disappointed in this that I just hope to God that you guys change your mind, because it's not where it should be. We've already won 3. They put single-family homes there on Iowa. They're putting them across the street from the junior high, and they're putting them, I forgot the other one. But anyway, it doesn't conform to where we are. And I don't want to look at townhomes. I didn't buy that property to look at townhomes. I have a view of the mountains, and that's what I paid for. But now if we put single-family homes there, or a retirement community, or patio homes, in 5 years I'll buy one. Shoot, I'm almost going to be 80 then. So holy crap, come on, people. More retired people are moving here. Please think about it. It's not the place for it. And he doesn't live around them. He's just going to build them, and then we're stuck looking at them and destroying the community. Thank you.
I will say, just for clarity, just to remind, this decision has already been made. Townhomes, that we're not undoing this tonight. It's already, but the entitlement's been given, and the intent of the evening is, well, we cannot rescind an entitlement. It's already there. That was done back in 2006, and so that decision is made, just to restate that. So do we have someone else?
Thank you. He knows that I cannot state his name.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you again, and we'll let you share your name and your address.
My name is Slobodan Stevanovic. I live on 11244 West Rosette Drive in Nampa, and I'm against this. I want to deny this agreement. And one of the things, you guys didn't want to talk about the streets, but in the original plan, there is at least 3 streets, kind of, where in case a firefighter comes or somebody comes and blocks the lane, people still can go out. In this new proposal, they don't. Also, I think in one of the comments before, I heard that the street in the new plan, it's a part of the property. So who owns the street? Who should maintain the street? And in general, the designs, how they look, this is the picture of the design. It very much looks like a Motel 8. So I'll share the picture with you guys. So, what else I was going to say? In general, like, I'm against for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
If you guys want to see how Motel 8 looks, very similar to...
We have all
Thank
that.
you. Thank you. Well, and actually, yeah, I'll give it to Rodney. Yeah. Thank you, Rodney.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any advance signups after this.
Okay, so who else this evening had intended to testify on this public hearing? Thank you. So go ahead and come forward and state your...
One more thing.
I think you had a few seconds left, so I'll let you say one more thing very quickly.
And the whole project, it
Yeah,
looks
2
like a
minutes
pick and
left. Okay.
choosing what we want to apply to this project. So it's more like we want to approve this project and we are choosing this will apply to it. So when changing the number of parking lots, that's one thing. Oh, it applies now, the new thing, the whole thing we can overwrite. So I feel like we are choosing against the people and to kind of accommodate the builder. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so for those that would like to testify, you're welcome just to line up one after another and come forward. When you do, and state, I think you know how to do it, state your name and address, and you know where
My name's Sean Kerr, 13118 South Wind River, so I'm 2 houses just north of that the new proposed entrance, emergency entrance. And as you can tell by the accent, born and raised here. But I think that everybody that's in the neighborhood agrees. Everybody's got to have a place to live. You know, it's growing big. We want to make sure that everybody's got a place to stay. We want the houses to be nice. No, I'm not going to argue for the entitlements, but where everyone in our neighborhood is concerned is the houses are too close. They're too close. They need to be moved further away from the subdivision so that the people who purchase the homes with the intent of having privacy have privacy. I think that the 2 exits on the bottom should be approved so that people can get out and go to Lake Lowell. They have no need, emergency or otherwise, to enter the north part of the subdivision. It has no outlet outside of getting onto another outlet that gets on to the same Middleton Road where the other parking lot is already listed in the development. So the north portion should be closed completely to emergency and all traffic, just to segregate the 2 divisions apart and help maintain land value. You know, for the past 7, 8 years, my wife and I just kept having to come up with more and more money down to combat rising house costs. Everybody, I'm sure, in here had to fight that as well. And the last thing that we want to see is if we do have to sell in 10 years, like the previous lady had stated, because they're all being rented and our property value is now gone from where we purchased in a market where we have tons of buying power to now we're stuck in a home, high interest rate, we can't get rid of it if we wanted to. I think those are the biggest concerns, especially for us, because we just want to make sure that, you know, I know that the engineer had stated that it's not really going to affect traffic, but he hasn't been out playing in the street when there's a car driving 40 miles an hour through there with no business being in the loop in the first place. It's like everybody else says. I mean, if it's your child out there that almost gets hit by a car, it doesn't matter whose car it is, and it doesn't matter what their intent was. It happened in your neighborhood. And I think that's what everybody's trying to avoid is just limit the access, because at 5 o'clock when traffic is stacked all the way to Walmart on one side and all the way down to Greenhurst on the other side, they're not going to care how they get home. They're going to cut through the basin, and they're going to cut through however they have to get home. And I apologize. I think that's what everybody's trying to avoid, is just making sure that our homes are safe, our kids are safe, and we've got plenty of time to make better development changes rather than just keep compacting things in, adding more units, adding less space in just to appease a developer.
Thank you. Good
Madam
evening.
Mayor, Councilman, my name is Rhonda Rosario. I live at 11420 West Concord River Way in the Copper River Basin subdivision. I'm also the HOA president of that subdivision. The people of my subdivision's issue isn't how many units they're having or what their landscaping is. Our problem with this development going in is that they changed it. It is now 5 feet away from our back fences. And so our children aren't safe playing in their backyards, and we have no privacies. That is the problem that my subdivision is having with this building. That's not how much they're building, well, you know, what they have planned, how many units they have planned. The problem is the way that they have them set. They need to be set away from the subdivision. I'm not saying that they have to be 100 feet away from that back fence, but I do believe that they need to be more than 5 feet away from that fence for the safety of all the community. And as far as the traffic and what, we was told that that road that they're saying is an access point was is like a fire lane. An emergency vehicle access, and they'll put a rope across it to block it off. So that is giving them one exit out of their community. I'm asking that we don't have access through the subdivision. We already have issues in the subdivision regarding people racing and things like that going on that we've been fighting and can't get that taken care of. With this new one going in, that's going to give us 40 more houses of people that we have to deal with that issue and worrying about whether our kids are going to be dead on those streets, because those subdivision streets are very small. There's not enough room to go through there. 2 cars at one time. I mean, they're very narrow, and people are racing around through there, and that's a concern for all of the community. So I ask that you take into account our privacy, our homes, and what we invested in, that they're not sitting on our back porch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, question?
Yes.
Ma'am?
Ma'am? Rhonda?
Yes.
Hi. Sorry.
With you being president of the HOA, can you clarify for council tonight, Copper River Basin, what's the rear setbacks?
The rear setbacks?
Yeah, so the lots in Copper River, what's the rear setback? So where you have lots adjoining lots,
right?
How close in Copper River were you allowed to build to the rear?
We have to be, I believe it was 20 feet away from the back fence.
Most
Or it's
houses
40?
are 30, close to 30 feet.
Yeah, but I think that the minimum, when I was buying at that time, that it was 25 feet from our back fence, the backyard fences. So, and then when the new ones went in, I believe that they went to 30 for the backyard fence. So, but I do believe that it started out at 25.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Roger?
Mayor?
Yes, Roger.
Mayor and council, some of the setbacks in the Copper River Basin are 15 feet. And just for clarity purposes, this project would need to comply with our current 15-foot rear setback as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name's David Allison. I live at 11168 West Moreau River Street in Nampa, and I concur with what everyone else has said. Also agree that the 2006 original concept is definitely more compatible to our neighborhood. There was a couple things that haven't been mentioned. On the plans, there's a lack of specifics of how the drainage is going to be handled. There is no retention pond that's on their plans. So where are they going to store all the runoff water? Parking, the other thing that was not mentioned was these garages are 18 by 20. It's going to be really hard to get 2 vehicles in an 18 by 20 garage. And also the problem of the single access. When we have all kinds of issues in our neighborhood, as well as, Tallapoosa River Street and Middleton, there's only a stop sign coming out of South Tallapoosa River, so it's going to create definitely a traffic issue for us. Like I said, all the racing, the speeders, we already have so much pass-through traffic in this. So I hope you deny this project or modify this project back to the original 2006 concept. Thank you very much for your time and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
We can respond to that question if it'll help you or the future people who speak. Would you like us to respond to that? The drainage question?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be fine.
Daniel's going to be responding.
So, Mayor and Council, the preliminary plat did not show specific areas where the drainage was. We did have conversations with the engineer about that, and one of the conditions of approval was them supplying the updated preliminary plat prior to a submission of a final plat that showed that drainage in compliance with our policy.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Alvina Studley, and I'm 11273 West Tualatin. My house is sitting right next to that emergency exit, and my backyard is facing the dirt. And I'm less than 15 feet from my patio door to my fence. And most of those houses on that street, if you look at them, that's not the front of the house, actually, because if you walk in there, your view from your house is your backyard. And my fence is like right, really, really close. And I don't have any privacy. So the first map, at least had a street that would back it up a little bit, and I'm okay with that, but not with as short as my backyard is, having their backyard facing my fence, because I'm retired and I just moved here, and now it's going to be taken away.
Thank you very much.
My name is DJ Heslington. I live at 1318 South Holly Street in Nampa. I believe I met Victor and the mayor at the senior center. One of the things that was brought up is that the townhomes were going to be owned. They were going to be purchased. What is the chances that they're going to be rented out by people who purchase them from out of state? And the turnover of rentals and the possibility of the trashing, for lack of a better word, for the destruction of the townhomes. Is that something that's going to be a possibility, and to degrade the property?
So I can't answer that question just because it's an unknown, but I think I will speak to, and Todd, we've addressed this before. And so do you have any other comment? And I'll go ahead and have.
No.
Thank you so much for your question. Todd, can we just go ahead and speak to that? Because we have at different times talked about HOAs and the city's ability to set guidelines on an HOA, and we're not allowed to do that. Is that correct?
Mayor and council members, so the city isn't in the business or shouldn't be in the business of enforcing homeowners association CC&Rs. That's up to the association, and it's a contract between the association and purchasers. And specifically in regards to rentals, that's also a condition that we shouldn't be addressing as a city for the similar legal concerns as the square footage. The type of home is appropriate depending on the zoning, those kind of things, but not whether this might be rented or purchased from somebody who knows where. Those aren't aspects that we can consider.
Thank you. I just wanted everyone to know that because there are some restrictions on what we can guide. Councilman Griffin?
I have a follow-up question to that. So if a home is zoned single-family residential and there's multiple families in there, does the HOA take care of that issue, or is that a city issue as well?
Mayor and Councilmember Griffin, there is some city code regarding the number of people, I believe, that can live in a residence. So that is something that the city can look at, and then the HOA certainly would address that as well if they have it in their CC&Rs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully that answers that question or comment regarding the city's ability to manage that. These are intended to be townhomes, which are designed and built for individual ownership. So, good evening again.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for being here tonight and always having such a tough job. My name is Belinda McBurney. I reside at 11914 Iowa. And I felt like I should get up here since I was here from the very beginning of this. And I actually had the pleasure of talking to Mr. Akeem one-on-one in a field on a very cold December day. And we had a one-on-one discussion after everybody had left, and he was very receptive, and I actually thought he was going to come back and put in some single-family homes, detached single-family homes, like a few of the other developers have done on specific areas, which are now going up and look lovely, and it's wonderful. And also, at that point in time, he did mention affordable, like they always do, but there was no cost. And so I'd like to know what the cost of these are going to be. And because I asked that $1 million question, we found out at a P&Z meeting that he was intending on renting them. That was initially. So I need assurances that these are not going to be rentals, and I'd like to know affordable. I'd like to know what the price is, because we certainly do need affordable housing, but I haven't seen it yet. $400,000 townhomes are not affordable. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I'm Margie Potter, 1811 North Cobble Way, Mayor and Council, and I do not live right near here, but I wanted to dispel some myths because I'm at retiree age, and I am looking to downsize, and I'm looking for a townhome, a new townhome. And this would be something that I would look for in a nice neighborhood, something that I would want to own. Townhomes can be affordable, something that I'm looking for, less expensive than a single-family home, lower maintenance. Townhomes often share maintenance costs with landscaping, with the common areas, and privacy. So townhomes offer more privacy than apartments, and that's really not what I'm looking for. I'm a pretty quiet neighbor. Grandkids come over once in a while, may play in the backyard, but I don't think they're causing any crimes to the neighbors behind us. I have neighbors behind me right now. I have dogs that bark. I don't have pets, but those are things that we have to deal with sometimes when we buy homes that are close to each other. But I did want to dispel that myth that all people that are buying smaller townhomes are less than what other people in single-family homes are. So thanks for allowing me that time to share that.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Good evening. My name is Ray Multrum. I live at 13134 South Pine River Way in Copper River. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come forward and share. I agree with all the testimony you've heard tonight in opposition to this project moving forward. I think a lot of time has passed, and maybe there are some revisions that need to take place, quite a few of them. I don't agree with the proposed plan. I think it deviates significantly from the original site plan. And I would go a little further and suggest that if everything there meets code, maybe the council needs to redirect staff to take a look at some of those codes. I'm going to deviate and talk about traffic for just a minute, and I'm going to tie it back to this. So, being new to the area, I've been here a little over a year. One of my concerns is the traffic in the city of Napa. What a great place. Unfortunately, traffic congestion is hurting this town. I work for a manufacturing company locally. We can't hire people outside of town because it takes too long for people in Meridian to get to work. You can't get there from here. And if you've tried to drive anywhere in this town in peak times, you know what I'm talking about. So as you go down Middleton Road and tying this into just one exit onto Lowell, the infrastructure needs to be broadened in this town to let the traffic flow. And you've heard testimony about half-mile traffic on Lowell to Walmart and stuff, and it's true. I noticed on my way driving here, I'll wrap this up, that the neighborhood, the residential area here, there's room for 2 cars to park on the street adjacent from each other, and there's room for 2 lanes of traffic. Very nice. My development, there's not room for that. If you park on 2 adjacent people parking on the street, the street becomes a one-lane road. And so, again, there's a concern for even fire access. If you get too many people parking on the road, it becomes very tight. Certainly, there's not enough infrastructure there for access from that development to ours or through our development. The streets just aren't wide enough. So I'm confused a little bit about how one area of the city has nice wide residential roads with room for people to park and drive through. But all these developments out here in these areas, they're not that big. So please consider the cumulative effect. I know one development, 44 homes, isn't that much for Lake Lowell, but that road should be widened. Certainly Middleton should be 4 lanes all the way. Greenhurst, Orchard, Lake, the Highway 55 coming in the Karcher interchange is a disaster, 24/7, 7 days a week. Please consider the infrastructure. We really need to widen our infrastructure with all the building that's gone on out here in this area.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So my name is Bill Studley. I live at 11273 Tualatin River Street, right next to the stub. So my question, I've done some research. This piece of property has been struggling for years. In 2006, the council approved a design. They struggled to approve that design. This is all documented. So in 2024, I think the developer ran into problems and they sold the property. The new owner did not particularly care for the original approved design and asked his developer to come up with something different. I understand that. But the city went to a lot of trouble to approve the 2006 design. They wanted 2 entry exits in that design. It was asked for. So the fact that 1 will work, no, why did they ask for 2? Okay, to change the subject, my development had to put in a stub street there for some reason. The city wanted it. It's a street. It was to have access to Little Lake Drive. Why all of a sudden we're not putting it through as a real street? Why is it going to stop and become a fire access emergency? No, that doesn't compute. It was originally to be a street. Why is it not a street? That's the kind of questions that comes to my mind. Now, of course, yeah, my backyard is going to lose privacy, sure, because the setback is not enough. I like the original design. It was kind of neat. This design, I guess the developer wanted more open space between units, so he compacted it. Okay, that's fine. But like I say, the city struggled to get the 2006 design. I'm okay with the 2006 design. So, I mean, that's my point. I mean, most the other people are talking about traffic kids, so forth. No, I'm gonna lose my privacy. So, I mean, that's my argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening.
Council, Corbin Merrill, 11351 West Chittenden, River Street. My house backs up against the fence line that will be impacted. My background, I went to school in accounting, and the thing about accounting is when there's a material difference, that's when things matter. And Councilman Haverfield, I believe it was a rough estimate, but he mentioned that if he had to guess, the previous design showed for 50 some odd feet in clearance between the fence and the units. And now estimates 5, 10 feet, you name it, but even if it was 25 feet, 50% difference is a material difference, let alone 10 times the difference is material. So I think this should be revisited. I also have 3 very young kids, 3 under 5, 2 little girls, and privacy in the backyard is something that is really important to myself, and I know to the rest of the community. So I'll just hope you'll rethink that and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify this evening? Okay, thank you. I need to pause and ask council a question. I goofed because we're supposed to take a break at 7 for a bathroom break. We've been sitting here since before 5:30. It's been almost 3 hours. It's a little challenging midstream because we're not allowed to talk to anyone. So, wrong straw. Obviously, that comment was not well thought out. Oh my. That's embarrassing. Excuse me. Okay, do we need to take a break because we could be here? Are we okay for a little bit? You're okay? We're okay. Okay, so as soon as we're done, remind me, we will take a break.
We hit the change midstream, man.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, well. Okay. This is an opportunity for, I think we start with our applicant rebuttal, and then we move to our appellant. So our applicant, this is an opportunity, yes, for you to come forward and to respond to any questions or comments that you would like to. Excuse me.
Thank you again. Should I speak my name and address? Okay. My name is Ataul Karim. I'm the owner of Delta LLC. My address is 1261 East Regatta Street, Boise, 83706. So we spend hours and hours to fit our this previous design into the easement area, avoiding the easement area, but we could not do that. And this is the picture where the red line, you see, there's the easement line. And we tried to feed, we took 2 pictures. One was the 2006 DA picture, because it did not have the dimension, but we matched the corners, all the 4 corners, and in the left side you see some edges. So we matched that one with the survey. So 2 pictures were overlaid on top of each other so that we can get some idea. So from that you can clearly see that the easement is a red line, and that is violating many of those structures or going over the structures. And we showed this to the irrigation district and the engineering department. And they said, no, this is not going to happen. Because in 2006, they did not go this far to do all this actual engineering drawing. but we did. We spent time. That's why we could not do the alley loaded, 2 roads, those things, we could not do that. This is the best, our proposed site plan is the best thing we could do, and we talked to the staff, and they were okay with this new concept. So if you deny this, then please tell us that what should we do? Within this red line, is there any way we can fit those? We could not do that. Our architect, civil engineers, they spend hours. So then we have to do something. Otherwise, what should we do? You should give us some suggestion. It's already many times, we spend so many hours, so many money. You have to give us some guideline. And a few things are, there's the access to the north is actually chained access, so that's only for emergency. We will not go through that for regular traffic. And we had a new traffic study completed last month based on the requirement from P&Z Commission, and we will submit that during the final plat. And the new traffic study did not find any issue. And regarding the setback or privacy, I think our setback is more than the minimum requirement. So we followed the code, and it's more than minimum. I think that's all. So main point is we could not fit this. At least give us some guideline that how we can meet that if you deny that. Thank you so much. If you have any question, please ask.
Thank you. So, council, yes.
How much of a reduction in parking is there from 2006 to this current proposal?
They had 2-car garage. We also have 2-car garage. Their guest parking is not defined. We couldn't find it, but we can increase the guest parking. We have enough space. We can increase the guest parking. We have more than minimum requirement. Minimum is 11 guest parking. We have 19, but if you want, we can increase it. Please suggest us that what is the you want. We can make it.
So how many parking spaces were in the original proposal in 2006?
As I mentioned, the guest parking, I don't remember. Maybe our architect can find it. If you want to match that, we can do that. We have enough space.
And then you are not the original owner of the property, correct? You're a successor of the property?
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Before you sit down, I'd like to ask Daniel Rodney, could you speak to the easement? Because needless to say, there's a real problem in this property regarding the easement. And so the one thing he's asking about is a solution. So is the easement because of the irrigation canal? Is it a city easement?
So the irrigation is, the easement is an irrigation easement. The irrigation district, you can relocate canals. However, with the size and shape of this property, the location of where the canal comes into the property and exits the property, I would agree with the applicant that there is no way for the original concept to ever have been built.
Thank you for that comment. Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
So Daniel, as a follow-up to that comment, do you believe that the original development agreement anticipated tiling the canal?
I believe it did anticipate tiling the canal. However, with the easement requirements that the irrigation district would still have on a tiled canal and the location of those buildings, I don't believe they would have been able to put in the project that was in that concept plan.
How wide of an easement would you be expecting them to ask for?
I would anticipate that they would have a minimum requirement of 15 feet outside a pipe, so you'd be looking at least a 30-plus foot canal easement at a very minimum. They may require more than that based on what they have there today. I can't speak definitively on what they would require, but I'm looking at where that easement is and where the property lines are, I find it difficult that they would be able to actually construct the original concept.
So a 30-foot easement north of,
Correct, it's 40 feet easement on either side,
40 feet?
40 feet easement.
At least a 60.
So total 80 feet, 40 in one side and 40 in other side.
Mayor, I'm looking at the plat right now, and that's correct. 80 feet is the total easement, so 40 feet on either side.
either side of the easement, and the easement, that is the full 80 feet on this property, or does it straddle the property?
So the property goes all the way to the Lake Lowell right-of-way up until you get to that curved portion to the west. So the majority of it would be on the individual property.
Not only that, we cross the easement in the left bottom side. Some of our land is outside the easement in the south side. So we give the full 80 feet plus some 50 to 20 feet towards the Lake Lowell that we cannot use.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Griffin?
And I'm just trying to have understanding. In 2006, was this not a requirement? Why was this ever approved if there were setback and easement standards already in place?
This was a concept plan. It was not a preliminary plat, so the level of review that would have been done on it was much lower. And while I worked for the city at that time, I was not involved necessarily in review of these projects, so I couldn't speak to the thought process there. Though, once again, a concept plan is not intended to be the final project. It is a concept in nature, and there are, as Rodney has alluded to, there are often challenges that come up that require modifications to the concept, and that is why we have our language in the development agreement that it's substantial conformance, not 100% conformance.
And I'll save my comments.
So could I ask just quickly, have you considered, and I'm sure you have, you know how at the further west side of the property, the canal angles there, have you considered putting the angle of that canal on the east side of the property, shifting it down and allowing the canal to be at the back of the property rather than at the front, at the north side of the property? It would mean realigning that canal, but you could use that exact same angle, but put it opposite at the east end and have the canal at the back on the north side of the property between the two properties. Is that something that can even be allowed?
So, Mayor,
Difficult?
that would require some analysis that neither I nor I believe the applicant could answer today. While we're going, I will look up some contour maps and see if I remember correctly, the canal there sits above the property as it comes down. And so relocating that around to the low side of the development would be very challenging, if my recollection is
It's
correct.
not going to work, yeah. Not if there's a different terrain levels. Okay, thank you. Okay, further questions for our applicant? At this time, we don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is, next opportunity is for the appellant to come and provide closing remarks.
Mayor, members of the council, Zebediah Haynes, 11144 Westboro River Street. Since the reference specifically is to the variances between the two, the DA and now, the 2006 DA optional resolutions, which is where I left off at actually on my handy little thing. You have basically three options that would actually meet all the desire of the community. We can require that they substantially conform to the 2006 DA by reversing the P&Z approval. Obviously, they're saying that can't be done because according to the layout that they showed and city staff as well, they cannot do what was done before. Well, if that's the case, then they should be requesting a modification to the existing 2006 DA to bring conformity to the plat, DA, and current Nampa Code of Ordinances. That would be the next stage that they have an option to do. If they can't make the old plat or the old DA work, conform it. Request some changes be made, modifications. It's written into the actual old DA that it can be done. And then they can find a happy medium between the two. But moving forward at this time does not allow that. That allows them the freedom to do what does not require them to do that, I should say. It allows them to move forward with the acceptance that it's good enough. It substantially meets the requirements. And of course, there is always the option of terminating the existing 2006 DA. That is actually an option also. Allow a clean slate to ensure the best means of growth is being maintained for the community of Nampa. I understand that these are going to be townhomes coming in. That's fine. I'm not here to disagree with that. We're here, I'll even read what I wrote earlier. Madam Mayor and council members, as a member of the immediate community surrounding the parcels, we already see the daily effects of growth in our area. This is an opportunity for all of us to work together to provide a better community, not only for new members, but the existing as well. We ask that you at least vote against this approval, as it does not substantially conform to the 2006 DA. So I do thank you for your time on that. Now, I did make a note on a couple of things earlier. It was 95 less spaces of parking, according to actual counting in the imagery. There's no known information initially, so there's quite a bit. As it is with the substantial variance, there is a big difference. You've got two main exits. A chain is not going to stop people from parking on one side and walking over to the other. As I had stated earlier, sealed gate with fire and police access would. That would help to maintain a barrier between the two communities. That way our community is separated from the other community if we're going to go that route. Not a chain. A chain doesn't really create any kind of separation. I can step over a chain, and I'm a disabled veteran. So if I can do it, most people can do it. So we thank you for your time. We thank you for your consideration on this matter. And we just ask that you do not approve this so that way it can be given the opportunity it needs to make the corrections it needs before it gets to a point where we have no view on it, no perspective on it. We're limited to, as a community, to put our information in when we can. So we're trying to do that so we can work with you, the council, and the city on making sure this is done for a better community for everyone. Myself, my children, all the other children in our community, because they're the ones that are going to be paying for whatever our decisions are. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor, I would note that I did look at the contours. There's approximately 10 feet of grade change at the east end of the property. So relocating that canal to the north and east sides of the property would not be viable to do in this situation.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Daniel. Thank you so much. So this is typically when we would have a motion to close public hearing. I just want to ensure before we do that we do not have any questions for either the applicant or the appellant. Okay. You think we've answered it? Okay. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Now's the time for the council to have a discussion amongst themselves and then followed by a motion.
Mayor?
Yes.
A few comments for the benefit of both the public and for council is my experience of the past, that while a parking lot is seemingly preferred to be separation as the original concept, having dealt with light poles and shields around lights to not shine into the neighboring backyards, that often it's better to put the parking away from existing residents rather than beside. So my concern of trying to stick exactly to the original concept could actually have a detriment effect to those who are living right next to this property. It's just for your info. It's not to be argumentative. It's not to try to change your mind on anything. It's just simply what experience has played out personally when people have complained about site lighting and having parking lots next to residences. At the same time, having put residents next to commercial, pre-planned that way, the difficulty of the commercial lighting that also shines into residents. And so there's just trying to find a balance there. This project, for council's benefit, watched it get approved and often wondered how they would accomplish what that approval would be. And so here we are years later, and still difficulty for each person who has tried to step forward. I think there's concepts that could be done in between what's been proposed. I think the density may be a little more difficult, but I think what the applicant's trying to do is stick within what was approved in '06, certainly under a different time frame and thinking than current. And so, this project having been approved before Carriage Hills, before Copper River Basin, so nothing was thought about in terms of future development on either side of this project at that time, and trying to accommodate things. So I find for this, I looked at it pretty heavily, and my issue wasn't the lot layout and whether the density. It really is more of, I don't think there's conformance on the building plan side, and that would certainly still come under what Rodney said would be staff review. But the concepts proposed there, unfortunately, mislead the public, and they don't comply to the original. So it would be difficult to approve this under what's been submitted, in my mind, short of relying on staff to say, yeah, we will take care of that, which I understand that's staff's
Mayor?
responsibility.
I'm sorry, I better clarify something. This would go to the committee for review, Design Review Committee.
For further review. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So as such, I think it's difficult to stay with the current plan. I think it is probably behooves for approval of the appeal as opposed to denying. I don't necessarily believe the appeal has merit in its own right. And so that's the difficult for me from the legal side is, but I'm not convinced that denying it leaves an open question for me on on the building side and that part of it needing to still be worked out. And there's other details I think need to be worked out to have the comfort zone that the project moving forward. So those are my general comments to council.
Mayor?
Thank you. Yes?
For comments and then a motion, if I could, but I can hold the motion if there's additional comments. I think just in looking at the development agreement, because we all have it in our packet, and the discussion isn't whether there's a traffic issue or whether there's a design review issue. That's not where I'm coming from. I think there's concerns, and those were well heard, but it was already decided in 2006 that this is going to move forward. I have a tender heart for property rights, and I think this was a project that should not have been approved in 2006, and you've fallen into it, and that's very unfortunate, and it's difficult to now try and make a square peg fit in a round hole. And it's tough no matter what way you skin it. I think that we've heard comments from engineering that it currently is not possible to generally conform to the original plan because of the requirements with the water flow. And so I just look at this as originally it had problems to begin with. It should not have been passed. I don't think anybody had a crystal ball, and engineering couldn't know because it was just a conceptual plan. So with that being said, if there's other comments, if not, I can make a motion.
There will be other comments.
Okay.
Okay, so comments here. Rodriguez and then Jankula.
This is for, and I also have a question for Todd. So let's go back to 2006 when it was originally approved with the development agreement. It waited 15 years with the change of owners before it went before the planning and zoning in 21. That was denied. And it was again denied in 2022. And it was just basically on the 24th, when 2024 is when it was passed by planning and zoning. So we're having an effective rolling hill here. But originally I also believed that in that time limit of 15 years that went by, that the modifications relax unless there's a new owner, in which that didn't happen. Is the owner, I understand from what, because we hasn't changed it, changed the plan, is that it was still approvable. But I think down the road, I don't know why we, the council, and me particularly, cannot go back and hear this original document, original hearing, and go from approval or denial on that, because back in 2006, our ordinances have changed somewhat. So I wonder about that, Todd. I don't know that I will agree with what you say, but because I know what you're going to say, but I wonder about it. Well, because you're an attorney and you know the legalities of it, and you see where I'm coming from.
Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, certainly things have changed over time, but what they established at the time in 2006 were entitlements that allowed them to do what they were approved to do. And the development agreement terms and conditions run with the land and stay in place. To revoke that agreement, there has to be some non-compliance with the development agreement. So you can't just say, I don't like it from one side anymore. It's still a contract that both parties are bound by. The previous approvals, if I recall correctly, were attempts to change the development agreement, perhaps to the benefit of the property owner and increase density. Those were denied. Those would have potentially changed what was entitled to happen on the property. So they're back to the existing development agreement that's in place. So can we just revoke it without a deviate or a violation, so to speak, of the terms of the agreement? No. And any modification to the agreement has to follow the same process that was followed before when they were trying to increase the density. You have to have a public hearing and go through that process as well.
Okay, so follow up. So one of the violations of a modification would be a time factor. So within 15 years, are we still bound by the nonconformance of process with this land?
Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, unless the development agreement has some kind of expiration date in it, then that doesn't matter on the time frame.
And I remember, as far as I remember, there is a time factor in this somewhere, isn't there? Doesn't the city have a time factor on some of these projects?
Rodney, thank you.
Mayor and council, we have had some language in there for if it doesn't comply with the standards within 2 years, we can go through the process of revoking the development agreement. However, what that means is that it leaves it back to the same zoning that it was before and all the entitlements that are associated with that zoning. So it wouldn't come back for you if for instance, it were to come with townhouses that comply with code, it would not come back to you because it would just be entitled for those townhouses.
I see. Okay, thank you, Todd. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Griffin.
So, and it was a follow-up to Councilman Rodriguez's point, and I think we've
Hold
discussed.
on, y'all, I got skipped.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Question
I am,
regarding that, it's not-
okay.
My turn.
The question has come up time and time again, are there termination languages that we can add to development agreements? So it's directed at Todd. Have you seen in any development agreements that says if land isn't tilled after 5 years or 7 years, the development agreement's null and void, and then it can be reproposed, so we don't have issues like we're seeing in North Nampa, in West Nampa, and East Nampa, that we have projects that maybe at the time potentially could have conformed that no longer follow the vision of the city? Can we start adding that to our development agreements?
Okay, I'm going to answer that rather than Rodney, and then we're going to go to Natalie. So we've had this discussion previously at the bench. There is a challenge if you do that, and Rodney just said exactly what it is. This could have been terminated. Most of these neighbors would not have liked what would have been entitled to have been done with no approvals in density, because it would have complied to whatever that was zoned, which would have been for townhouses, and how that was zoned at the time, it would have gone back to that. And so this is actually, there were restrictions on this. And so you have to be really careful with it. And we've had some discussions around it, because sometimes, I don't know how to say it other than sometimes you're damned when you do and damned when you don't. And this is one of those situations. Excuse me for saying it. I don't know another way to say it, other than whichever way it goes, it could really work against the neighborhood, it could work against the city, could be positive, could be very negative. So that's sometimes why the development agreements are there. So, but it's a bigger discussion than we'll solve tonight, and it does not apply to tonight. So we'll leave it there, and we'll go to Councilwoman Jangula.
Thank you. I was just going to say to recommend that we do revisit this idea at a council workshop possibly, just because this is one of the frustrations that we have and that we hear from citizens. We share the same frustration. A lot of times when we get to this point, our hands are tied, and we know, at least in my opinion, I'm looking at this and this doesn't feel compatible to where you're living, but then our hands are tied in a lot of ways, and so that's a real frustration for us as well, because we want to respect property rights, but at the same time, we also want to respect the land that's here and what's developed around it, and respect the citizens that are being impacted by these decisions. And so it is a delicate balance. And so I would like, Mayor, if we could possibly just with Rodney add it to a workshop at some point soon and see what we can do, what language we can put in there, if we can do certain expiration dates on things, because when something sits for 24 years or however long, 19 years in this case, things have developed all around it and changed, and that's when we have the opportunity to put in conditions that now we wouldn't have known, or that council in 2006 wouldn't have known certain things that they could have put in then that would impact us now and make our growth be more smart. And so that is a real frustration. So if we could revisit that, that would be really, really helpful for us as council.
Did you have any other comments regarding tonight's decision?
That was it.
That was it, okay. Council, do you have any other comments?
Mayor?
Yes.
Been holding my thoughts, but basically, when I look at this concept as it's now being delivered to us this evening, it's substantially different than what was originally conceived in 2006. I think that's pretty much everyone's opinion. The problem I have is if I were to own one of the lots on the north side of the boundary line of this, and it's an RS6 development, what is being proposed is up to 4 different rear yards backing up to my one rear yard. So, I mean, it's a major difference as far as activity on the other side of the fence. The way that it was originally proposed, there was a landscape buffer, there was a drive lane, there was parking, there was a setback as far as to the front of the units, about 50-plus feet separation between the homes that were being proposed, akin to something like Shalimar, because that's what I see with the rear load. Something as a very nice development that was originally proposed. Now tonight we're being told that it never could have been built that way, the way that it was proposed, because of the drain and the potential for the easement there. So what we're being told then is that we still need to accept 44 homes when there's less buildable area than what was originally thought that there was. So why are we now being asked to still approve 44 units when there's less buildable area than what was originally conceived as a part of the development agreement? That's the one issue that I'm having with it. As far as you mentioned, as far as rerouting the drain, I'm working on a project right now. That's exactly what we're doing to be able to free up buildable area. But the cost associated with it obviously is something to consider. But that's not out of the realm of possibility when it was stated that that's the only avenue that they have. It's not. They have a couple other avenues they can go. The other thing too is, again, when we're talking about trying to create nice homes, nice developments in Nampa, but yet we're saying, oh no, our hands are tied and we need to go along with this lesser facade appearance of these units, even though we're saying design review will make them have to upgrade to meet the current standards, it's still not a compatible setup the way that it was, the way that it currently is with that number of units abutting that northern property line. So I'm totally 100% in agreement with what I've heard tonight by the property owners to the north. If this could be brought back with a different development, maybe I could support it, but I can't support what we're being asked to support tonight.
Thank you.
So I would uphold the denial.
Okay, so I think where do we want to go?
Mayor?
Yes.
I move to approve the appeal and deny the subdivision preliminary plat for Falcon Town Homes subdivision in an RD two-family residential zoning district, parcel numbers R320450000, R32045012000, and R32045013000, totaling 7.77 acres at 0 Lake Low Avenue, located in T3N R1W BM for Delta LLC, representing Atum Karim, SPP-00146-2024, because the project does not substantially conform with the development agreement in that, and let me go to page, Section 2 of the development agreement states, shall be developed in general conformance with the conceptual plan attached hereto at Exhibit B, shall have limited flexibility to develop the property. I think this is a complete change. I don't think there's limited flexibility here. I think this would be a complete flexibility to change the project as it's currently presented to us. Over a third of the project looks to be not viable compared to what was originally proposed in 2006. In section number 14, in the event that an owner or developer, its successors, assigns, or subsequent owners of the property shall acquire an interest in the property, or in the event city failed to faithfully and materially comply. I don't believe this materially complies at all. We lost the rear loading aisle. We changed it from 2 entries to 1, and we're removing 2 drive aisles completely. So with that, that is my motion.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
No.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
So we are going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we are going to go to public hearing 8-1. So we're going to move back to our original public hearing, and we will take a 10-minute break. Okay, guys, I think we're ready to go. We're going to move forward with our public hearing of 8.1. How many people do we have here for this 8.1 on the agenda? We have a few, okay, perfect. Okay, so we are starting. 8.1 is an action item. This is continued from the August 19th meeting. The public hearing was left open, but we'll have a discussion about this as we move forward. We do have our applicant here who will present again. Thank you. 8.1 is an action item, and it's the annexation and zoning of a total of 157.24 acres into 65.78 acres RS6, 35.24 acres into RS4. These are both single-family residential, 47.55 acres into two-family residential, 8.67 acres into community business zoning districts for Adara subdivision, which is a master plan community with a development agreement for mixed uses, including commercial, single-family detached, and attached residential on 4 parcels. They are addressed as 0 and 11342 Orchard Avenue and 0 and 11690 West Orchard Avenue, and a subdivision preliminary plat for the development of the 41.56-acre northwest portion of the subdivision, which includes 89 single-family detached dwelling units, 81 family attached dwelling units in 7 3-unit townhouse buildings and 15 4-unit townhouse buildings, 6 commercial lots, and 21 common lots for Trilogy Development, Sean Brownlee. I think last time we did 10 minutes. Do you need 10 minutes this evening? We'll see if we'll go with that.
Mayor?
It's important, yes.
I just have a question, just for the public's sake. Are we going to allow public testimony, or if not, can they go home and watch remotely if that decision's being made, rather than have them sit through the presentation and then staff comments to then find out they can't testify?
Well, I will say, I believe, I'm not sure, but we did public testimony last time. When we finished, we are not anticipating doing public testimony again unless there is a substantial change and we need to speak to that specific change. Otherwise, when we concluded public testimony last time, the reason we continued this hearing was because it was midnight. Everyone was exhausted and it was time to go home. And so we weren't planning on reopening fully again. We need to come back. We need a reminder of the planned community and what we're doing tonight. If there is a substantial change or something that is, we'll use that word material, that would require testimony, we've left it open for that. If there's nothing particularly new, same thing, then we'll play that by ear. Well, I want to allow for due process, and so I haven't heard. I'd like to hear from the applicant if there's any significant changes that they've made that would be worthy. So with that, I think we're ready to go. I'm sorry.
Mayor, if I
Todd?
might just offer a couple thoughts there.
Excuse me.
I think you phrased it accurately where we left off last time, to kind of see if there was follow-up from the applicant. We'd gotten through the public testimony. I would say if you feel like there is a substantial change proposed tonight, then I would think you would need to renotice it and let folks know that there's a substantial change and have them have the opportunity to see what that proposed substantial change is and then have the opportunity to comment again. So versus, oh, there's a substantial change and we'll hear from the public on that tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. So I guess we'll find out if there is a substantial change or if there is no change. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Bonnie Layton. I am with NV5. Our office is located at 690 South Industry Way, Suite 10, Meridian, Idaho 83642. And I am here tonight on behalf of Trilogy Development and the property owner to request your approval of our Adara Master Planned Community. Again, thank you for your time this evening. I'll try to be brief, but sort of go over some things, as well as, I think in my rebuttal, there were some discussions and questions that we were all kind of working on last time, and so hopefully I can provide some additional clarity this evening for you folks in order to make your decision. So Dara Master Plan Community, per the city code, we qualify as a master plan community. Code requires that it be more than 40 acres in terms of size of project. We're 157 acres. We're basically surrounded by city limits, as you can see on the image on the right. And in the future land use map, we've got a portion that's medium density residential and a portion of our property that is future land use mapped as residential mixed use. With that, the zoning map on this, So as you can see, the zoning around us is a lot of residential, shown in the yellow. There's a little bit of an out parcel on our northwest corner. And then I'm sure you're well aware of the, towards our southwest corner, there's, it's open now, but the city has done a lot of work in planning for the specific plan for that area. This, I thought I would show you how our plan fits into from a zoning standpoint. We believe that it really works well with the surrounding conditions and what is already going on in the area. Let's see. So I think one of the biggest questions that we had, or one of the comments and concerns that we heard from neighbors, was the intersection of Midway Road and Flamingo. And I did want to bring that to your attention, and I have it in a later slide. The construction plans, so that's improvements for that intersection, are requirements of another project just to the northwest. And so construction plans for that intersection and all of those improvements are currently underway. So those drawings have been submitted, they're being reviewed. So the condition of that intersection will be drastically different by the time we get ready to build this, should we receive approval from you this evening. Flamingo Avenue is a main east-west connector. Orchard runs along our southern boundary, again, a main east-west connector. Amarone is a main collector, 80 feet wide, that will run through the middle of our site and will connect Flamingo Ave down to Orchard Ave. We're not too far from the boulevard, obviously, and Highway 55, and then up to the exit. Just in terms of a frame of reference of what else is going on in the area, last time there were some discussion about schools, parks, services, grocery stores. The blue images are where there are schools in the area. The green ones, the green symbols, are parks in the area, and then grocery stores. You can see that at the bottom center of the page, there's Walmart. Down Middleton Road, we've got Albertsons in the bottom right-hand corner, Fred Meyer and a Winco. So again, grocery services are close by, within 2 miles or less of this site. Again, just sort of plugging in this whole network. We're in the path of growth and where all the services are. So here is our zoning map, and really looking at this more from a bubble diagram, I think, to help kind of sketch out for folks what we're looking at. So what we've done is we've provided larger lot residential around the perimeter to help buffer with the neighbors, especially to the east. We've put our higher density more interior to the site, but easily accessible off of the main thoroughfares, which would be Flamingo and Amarone that run, excuse me, that run through the site. Excuse me. And then we also added business commercial, again, because this is a mixed residential zone in the future land use map. Clearly, I've been talking too much today, maybe. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Anyways, I thought we'd kind of peel this back a little bit and just sort of bubble diagram it out. As you can see, what we've done in this is really tried to provide green spaces that are dispersed throughout the area. There's this smart growth planning where there's connectivity through pedestrian pathways, park areas that are accessible, and as you may recall, the large sort of diamond-shaped area next to the two RD zones, that's where our clubhouse would be, sport courts, pickleball courts. But really what I wanted to get into next is that discussion about master plan communities, and what does that really mean? I reviewed the presentation that you received from another group, and really wanted to put that into context of what it is that you're looking at per your code, and maybe comparing it to other jurisdictions. A lot of master plan communities happen in counties. Some of them don't, though. And so what does that look like? Everybody defines that a little bit different. We know of Avamore, and we know of Dry Creek Ranch or Hidden Springs. Those are large master plan communities with very different terrain and very different location and access points. They're sort of out in the middle of nowhere, very hilly, probably not really accurate to compare to. We look at, say, Tuscany, a beautiful subdivision in Meridian that is also defined as a master plan community. It's entirely residential, different size than what we have as well. Harris Ranch, another master plan community, one of my favorites. I actually happen to live there, but I've been watching that develop since 1998 when it was first getting off the ground. Again, a large chunk of land, 1,300 acres, very different in size from what our project is. So really trying to look at what defines a master plan community. There isn't necessarily one right answer. Part of it depends on the code. And so with that, what I did is I did some comparison in terms of layouts. This is Tuscany. They have a bunch of different product types, but again, it's all residential. In scale-wise, this is the comparison for what Tuscany looks like and what our project scale-wise. And then Harris Ranch, as I mentioned, 1,300 acres, very sprawling, very different. We're 157 acres. A lot of different densities, a lot of different things going on. However, we do have the benefit in Harris Ranch of looking at the original portion that was originally developed from Harris Ranch that was the only thing out there for the longest time until the Park Center Bridge was developed. And so what I've done is I've tried to illustrate the image on the left is 159 acres, we're 157. So we're very, very similar in size. Unit count, again, we're basically about the same amount of size. The yellow portion is the commercial part of Harris Ranch. How do we right-size that when we were looking at the discussion with our project? And is this enough commercial? Is it not enough commercial? Really looking at the two conditions. Harris Ranch has 4 acres of commercial, and we are a little over 8 acres of commercial. Harris Ranch has some additional development outside of that red zone that I've identified in the 159 acres. We've got a mobile home park that has another 245 units, another 40 units. So there's a lot more going on. We have some of that same condition with some of the adjacent neighborhoods. So in terms of looking at a neighborhood commercial that's sort of right-sized, people can, especially in our community, but also the adjacent communities, they can come to our commercial area. They don't have to get in their car and drive to the boulevard for some of their quick services. I know in Harris Ranch, for example, there's a coffee mill, great place. A lot of people love to meet there. The Ranch Market, you can pick up a carton of milk and some cheese, and it's a convenience store with a little bit more, and we envision that that could very well be something that we have here, again, adjacent to the main thoroughfares, and easily accessible not only to our community, but to folks around. See, I'm going to run out of time here. So again, we would start in the northwest corner, and I had outlined what the parameters of that development would be. The next slide shows how that product would lay out. I do want to say that since our last meeting with you folks, we did make a minor revision in the northwest corner based on the neighbors' comments, and we eliminated one of the streets connecting into Flamingo. There were concerns about headlights, so we were able to revise that corner, so now it's a cul-de-sac, so there won't be lights shining into those neighbors' yard. So we were able to make that change. The unit count stays the same. The difference in the open space is negligible and still above code requirement. Again, we went through the phases last time, and then community design and community amenities. And what I would like to point out maybe on that last slide, let's see. Oops. So when we look at open space community amenities, the image on the left has about the same amount of acreage, just a skosh less than what we have here. So again, and the amenities there, they do have 2 pools, but they don't have the sports courts. They don't have some of the other amenities that we're providing. We anticipate there was some question about what those amenities would be in the future. Clearly, we're starting up in the northwest corner, and so a large portion of our amenities would happen in the first part of the project, and then as we would come forward with preliminary plats for the other areas, we would further develop those. This is a 20-year build-out. We never envisioned pickleball being a thing even 5 years ago. Now it's a thing everywhere. Maybe it's bocce ball, maybe it's something else. And so what we're proposing, pickleball courts, sport courts, walking paths, fitness stations along those walking paths, clubhouse, tot lots, and a pool. So what we've heard from our residents is sometimes the pools get used and they're great, and sometimes they complain about the fact that it's an extra expense and they're not being used. So we would like the latitude to be able to bring that forward and really seeing what the demand is on this 20-year build-out. But we do have a main pool and clubhouse, but in the pocket parks, we would, in the later phases, we would just develop those as they came along. So again, there were images that we provided of what the community would look like, and some shots of the neighborhood commercial. Again, this is supposed to be very pedestrian residential in scale, and really just be able to provide that sense of community and gathering area without having to go out to the boulevard, to be able to walk and get an ice cream in the afternoon or meet your friend for coffee in the morning. That's really what we're envisioning here. So maybe a spot to get your hair cut, or you can wheel your kids in the stroller down to get their hair cut and not have to load them in the car. So anyways, just jumping through the slides from last time. I apologize for being over. This is that image that I provided. This is the construction documents for that Midway Flamingo intersection that's being worked through the process right now. So anyways, thank you again for your time this evening and staff's time. Really appreciate all the work that they do. And with that, I can stand for any additional questions.
Thank you. Council, do you have questions at this time? Yes.
Mayor, I was just going to ask, so just to clarify, so on the build-out, because this is a 20-year build-out, so these are going to be phases. So when you were talking about the sports complexes and the pool and things, that would be per phase, so you would come back to us, or would it go to planning and zoning for that, for us to decide who's or what's going to be put there?
Councilman Jangula, so each phase that we have to come back would have to go through the preliminary plat process again. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Councilman Jangula, that would be just Planning and Zoning Commission. So tonight, what you guys would be doing is approving annexation and zoning for the entire area, and then each preliminary plat phase would only go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Unless we put conditions on it.
You can put conditions on it because it will have a development agreement with it.
So can we go back to, with this preliminary plat that you're suggesting this evening, can we go back and just look at what amenities you're planning in beginning with? Just to go back and restate that.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So let me get back to So in the first phase of the first quadrant, what we would be developing as, so part of phase one, so we're going to start in the northwest corner. That is where the utilities are coming from. So we're pulling from there first. So as you can see, Christy's pointing to a park area and tot lot that we would have in that phase of the development. Then we would move over to phase two. That's when we would bring on the commercial and some of that higher density and develop some of the park. Again, we're trying to balance the costs of the development and also the amenities that would be right-sized for the number of people living there. By the third phase, that's when all of the sports courts will be built out. So it's a fully functioning community subdivision with this preliminary plat for all of these residents to use. Then we would jump over and...
Can we pause on that?
Yep.
Do we meet the green space requirements for each phase?
Madam Mayor, yes, I believe that they are meeting the required amount for each phase. I have not seen the breakdown for that. I know that phase one with this preliminary plat, it does. I haven't seen the plats for the rest of them, but we would try to make sure that there was something comparable, or with the development agreement, you can, of course, require that.
Okay. And my thought in that just has to do with this is a big development that may take many years, and so ensuring that you have the appropriate open green space, which you just referenced with a playground and tot lot, in each phase as you develop to ensure that there's good open green space.
Yes, that is correct, Madam Mayor. And as you can see, so the northwest quadrant is our phase one. Then we would move over to the northeast quadrant, phase two. That's when we would bring on the pool and the clubhouse, and that's also helps to keep the cost burden in line for our residents. As you can see from the plan that we have placed a lot of the open space quite evenly throughout the site, and but the two main larger spaces will already be online as part of this whole community. We really wanted to create a sense of place and community where the residents could come together, putting it up front and center where it's a nice showpiece as you drive through Amarone. We've got a ton of walking paths for that smart growth planning along the canals and throughout the site to really provide that pedestrian connectivity. And then really having that active center, that playful active center of the site where I've driven through some other projects around the valley. There's nothing better in my mind than driving down like Park Center Boulevard, for example, and there's some big parks, and you see the kids practicing soccer and people playing pickleball and shooting hoops, and it really brings on that sense of community instead of kind of tucking that away. And that's really what we're striving to do with this project as well. So
I have one more question. So your main thoroughfare through the middle?
Yes.
That is part of your first phase one, but it's closer to phase 1, 2, and 1, 3. So when you begin with phase 1, 1, your access point, is it the one access point? And then when does this other road actually get built?
Okay, so let's see if I can get there. So what we would do, I better get to the one where we've changed it. Yeah. There we go. So we would have an access point off of Flamingo, right where Christy's pointing, and then we would have the main Amarone one that's on the right there. That's an 80-foot right-of-way. It would have some medians in there, very decorative. So to get into this portion of the project, you would either come off of Flamingo or you would come into the project through Amarone.
And come across, even though 1, 2, and 1, 3 are second and third, you still would have that thoroughfare there.
You would still have the thoroughfare there, and then
when you get to the bottom of the thoroughfare and it isn't built out, then is there a turnaround or something? Because it kind of,
Yeah,
how are you going to treat that?
Pardon me, Madam Mayor.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't mean to interrupt. Yes, there would be a temporary turnaround that that we would provide there. And then as we continue on with the phasing, that would eventually connect and be built out. But in the phasing of this, we obviously have to make sure that we have adequate access points for fire emergency services. So that's what we've planned in this phasing to really make sure that we comply with that code. So,
Thank you.
Yep.
Council, do you have other questions? Yes.
So it would, even though your acreage usage is less, your RD is your top unit. There's more density in the RD than the other zones. So from a market point of view, it just seems, from my perspective, I mean, in your first phase, you're over 30 units, and it would seem that you don't have the fire access because you're eliminating the one entry, which makes sense to eliminate, but it seems like your main drive's got to go in with that first phase, and I'm not sure if I heard that correctly, that it was not going in.
Councilman Bills, you are correct. We may need to modify that a little bit, but that would be part of the plat review that staff would require for us as part of the construction documents. So we would make sure that we would phase it so we would have the accurate. You are correct. Before, when we had the second stub in the very northwest corner, it was a little bit different. So we may need to adjust that phase line. Wouldn't be a very material change. It would just to make sure that we have the adequate amount of access points.
So with the amount of RD, was there any consideration to doing RS7 in a master plan community such as this?
Councilman Bills, we looked at what the zoning was, so we've got a mix of RS6 and RS4 and RD, and we felt like that was a good balance, that we were within the density allowances for this type of project. So that's where we landed. I can't say that we did study that, but we did look at what was available for these densities in this project and developed a plan accordingly. Again, trying to put some of the higher density clusters in the center and being mindful of buffering around the edges.
So maybe partially more of a comment. It seems in your first phase, the zone RD being right against Orchard, in a master plan, I guess, you're heavy on the RD, and I have a tough time seeing that RD right against Flamingo and not having impact to the neighbor properties across the street. Looking at, here you got 1 to 5 acre parcels looking at 10, 15 homes right across the street. Seems like for a master plan, there'd be a little more buffering in that for me.
Councilman Bills, if I may, I will flip to one of our renderings. What my diagrams don't illustrate very well is the amount of landscape buffering that is adjacent to Flamingo, and of course that could be enhanced if the council feels like that's an important part to this, to provide that buffer, some additional buffer. Let me see. I know I've got that slide here. So there we go. So this is along the, let's see if I've got another one. There we go. So in the top right-hand corner, you can see that would be along Flamingo. It's a pretty substantial landscape buffer along there. And Flamingo is a pretty significant east-west thoroughfare. So as this area transitions over time, I think that would be less noticeable, especially with the landscaping as it develops. I see that often in other parts of the valley, and landscaping can do a lot to help buffer some of those areas if you're concerned about that.
I understand your comments. I just
Yep.
respectfully have a little different view that I think that much RD right there is going to feel more like apartments being built on the arterial as opposed to being single family.
Yeah, these are single-family attached, and one thing that we did look at, obviously, is they're just two-story. If we had tried to go for a higher density, potentially, obviously, that might have been three-story, but no, we were conscious of that, and we've tried to provide not only the buffer that we're required to along Flamingo, but then also there's some depth and backyard space. Some of the developments we see these days front right up to the street. We think that there's also landscaping in the backyards that will help provide that additional buffer for that transition. But, it is a different product than what's happening across the street currently on the west side. The east side along Flamingo has a lot of development activity taking place. So as this area builds out, I'm assuming over time those conditions will change.
Last question, the width of your landscaping, you say it's much more landscaping along Flamingo. To me, it looks like what's just standardly required by the ordinance. I don't think it's an increase, is it?
No, Councilman Bells, I didn't mean to represent that we did like a significant increase from that, but it's a substantial landscape buffer that is required by the city, along with all of the frontage improvements that we will be providing, including, a detached sidewalk, again, creating a lot more pedestrian safety in that area. Right now, it's a rural two-lane road, as you may recall, with very small shoulders. So from that standpoint, with some of the schools in the area, we feel that over time that also just helps provide the connectivity and pedestrian safety that the city is looking for.
Mayor? Going off the same note, is there any way, because and we can see in that image right there are neighbors that are going to be directly across from it. We can't avoid that. When it gets developed, there's going to be neighbors any point that we look at. I think making that corner roundabout was a very wise move, at least in my consideration of the project. With the RD zoning and the houses abutting Flamingo, is there any way, I know you don't know this project, but I think of a neighborhood in Nampa like Dallin Woods where they have a berm that is right off the street, and it's Roosevelt. They have it bermed and landscaped all the way through, and then they have the fence on the other side or on top of it. So it is completely a privacy fence, and now the landscape has grown. Is there something similar that we could do along Flamingo, especially where there are going to be neighbors across and that are already there, that we can berm landscape all the way through, or do something other than just plain vinyl boxed fence that we see everywhere?
Councilman Griffin, I think that staff would be better to answer that question, just in terms of, I think we would be willing to look at that, how much we'd be able to accomplish in that, and what staff's requirements and feelings about that would be, I think would play into what we would be able to do there. Yep. We often do at least somewhat of a little berm. Some city codes dictate a certain percentage, some of them leave them open, but I might defer to staff to that to see what they think might fit or be appropriate.
And while they're looking at that, what fencing, and I know I'm getting very into the details, and I don't mean to, but with these major developments coming in, I just see white vinyl fence, white vinyl fence, white vinyl fence, and then you see Summit Ridge and South Nampa off Greenhurst, and they have very nice fencing. Something so little like that you drive by and you notice, because we're kind of a boxed-in community with all this Hubble Homes, CBH, Toll Brothers, everybody uses white vinyl fence. Is there a way that we can avoid doing that in this project? Are there other options available that have been looked at to kind of create, in my mind, this could go one of two ways. It could be the best neighborhood in Nampa with the best amenities, close access to schools, commercial development, or it could be another cookie cutter vinyl fence neighborhood that skimped on the landscaping, did the bare minimum. see you leading this way, but to make some reassurances that we're not going this way is just what I'm trying to hear.
Well, Councilman Griffin, obviously, we would at least build to the city standard minimum. If white vinyl is not your thing, if there's a different color that you're maybe thinking would be better. One thing that I will say is, perhaps looking at some berming or some more additional landscaping. The other thing that I think that this project really brings to this area of town is the way that we've developed the site, there is that sort of breakup. So it's not just half a mile of solid white vinyl fence. We've got the town, the little commercial area that'll kind of feel like a town center, some park area up front on the east side of Amarone. So again, sort of breaking up that pattern a little bit. But we could look at, doing something different. I'm not prepared to answer that, but I do understand your concern. I think a lot of it has to do with the development of the landscaping, especially. And then I think we've got a nice breakup in rhythm. In that.
As long as that's understood, for me, that's the big side. I live in the neighborhood directly across.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a portion of it that's very well landscaped. It really is. I think it will beautify the area, creates walking path and connectivity. There's another portion of it where they put 4 trees and they said we've done the minimum, and it is the minimum because I've looked at the code, and it does not look good for our community, our neighborhood. We have the ability. This is going to be a project that's going to be here for the rest of forever.
Yep.
Long past me as the youngest member on council. It's going to outlive me by a long time, and probably my kids and my grandkids. So, and this is where we're going to be. So that's why I think about it in that sense. More just to bring it up for your perspective than anything. I know you're doing your due diligence on that end. But I think landscape buffers make a big difference. What you could do with that landscaping could change an entire project. And I wouldn't want to say, I expect there to be masonry fencing all the way around, and it's going to cost you $2 or $3 million. So I'm not looking for that in the development agreement. Just looking for something that's change and positive, rather than going with the basic, cheap norm. My final question, and then I will be done. What is the fastest this could be developed? How quickly could it be developed? We say 20 years is the timeline. It could be the max. How quickly could you actually throw up all these houses in phase 1 and all that commercial building if you really put the pedal to the metal?
Well, I feel like that's a really loaded question.
It is, and I apologize.
And I wish I had that crystal ball, but no, I appreciate your concern. So really what we have to look at is absorptions, 30 units per phase. Even to get this project started, from this point, if we were to receive approval tonight, then we go into the construction documents phase. There's some significant irrigation infrastructure in here that would hold up that timeline. So the market has slowed a little bit. Rates are changing. Will that pick up? It's really hard for me to say. I think what I've watched in our market since the last downturn is that most of the builders, and especially this client, are not looking to overbuild in a market, but be pragmatic and build at a reasonable rate and a reasonable timeline. There's a lot of development, going on in the area, and there's a lot of growth. I mean, Nampa's done a great job recruiting some fabulous businesses. I just heard your economic development director speak the other day at ULI, and you guys have some exciting things happening. So I expect that the demand would continue to go, but unfortunately, I'd hate to give you a number because it would just be a shot in the dark.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mayor, I'm so sorry. I do have one more. In regard to the canal and the irrigation ditch, what is the plan? And I mentioned it a little before, but I just want to hit, once again, we talk about Harris Ranch. Harris Ranch has the Boise River running through it. It's a lot different than an irrigation canal that's being pumped full of water. But I think there is potential. We have a beautiful green belt in Nampa because we utilize the space and we put paths in there and we beautified that. Is the intent to do the same here, or is the intent to put a vinyl fence and we're going to mow one trail down the middle and we're going to cut down the sagebrush and the weeds once a year?
So, Councilman Griffin, there are some development standards and requirements that the irrigation district will and will not allow us to do. So, often it's 25 feet from top of bank that they have to have an access road in order to service those. So, a lot of times we are a bit at the mercy of what the irrigation district will allow. But our goal is to provide pathways. The city requires that we do provide some of that, and it would be maintained by the homeowners association. We're showing it in our renderings. I'm trying to get back here. I think that our neighbors to the east have a pathway that their HOA maintains. See if I can get to a better version of the rendering without a bunch of images on it. So I too think that those areas are great opportunities for recreation in a safe way, but we are somewhat held to what the irrigation district will require.
Thank you. Bonnie, when we had the original hearing, Dr. Wiles from Nampa Christian came forward and had concerns about the traffic generation and the kids going back and forth. And I think, if I remember right, he mentioned the concern about having a gas station or a convenience store located in the commercial, and it might just be a thought that I had at that time, but in looking at the commercial development as proposed, it appears to be multi-tenant retail, a couple of office buildings, which I assume could be for medical or veterinary practices as well, but nothing that's indicating that there would be a convenience store proposed in this development. Is that correct?
It's partially correct, Councilman Haverfield. What we were proposing, just in concept, obviously, if that's something that seems not palatable, but the BC zone down at the bottom center is where we could put a convenience store or C-store. So traffic off of Orchard, that would provide for that. But the BC zone in the north portion of our site, where I think he was expressing most of his concern about the traffic, that wasn't intended to be any sort of convenience store.
So I'm not sure if there was a development agreement proposed as a part of this, but as long as that's an understanding, I know that they had a major concern about the kids coming and going and trying to get into that location. And there is, it appears to be one drive-through set up on the end of a retail building, but not a whole lot of fast food potential in this.
Correct. That's not what we had envisioned for this. Actually, Trilogy's office off of Overland has a very, I think it's this footprint even. And so I think there's a dance studio in there. There's one, there's mostly some office and service type spaces. You could get your hair cut. I think there's one little restaurant, but really this is not intended to be a convenience store.
My last question is it the intent of Trilogy to build the commercial structures as well, or to sell off those pads?
I believe it's the intent that they would build it, the owner would build it and hold on to that. That's my understanding. I can't say that is 100% how it will be, but based on other projects that I've been working on, I think that's how this one will work out as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mayor? Bonnie, I actually quite dislike tot lots, just because I feel like rare is the time when I drive through a neighborhood and there's actually kids playing on them, especially since all these homes have backyards. I feel like that's more of a utilized space. So in phase one there, would you be willing to make a modification to that, something more of like geared towards young adults, like a fire, pit hangout or something like that would make it more community-centric? Ron might be hating that idea.
Councilman Jangula, I think that's a great idea. We could look at that and work with staff in terms of adding a different type of amenity like that. Obviously there's, just have to handle any safety concerns, but a barbecue pit area where kids can go and have a picnic, and I think that's a great idea, like you said, more for young adults. Tot lots are great. Sometimes they get used a lot, sometimes not. Same with pools. So, but that's something we can definitely look at and work with our landscape architect on some other concepts for that, and bring that forward through staff with our construction documents.
Okay, Council, do you have any further questions? The next thing on the agenda is going to be moving to the staff report. So we have not gone to staff yet. And so, Rodney, I think you had planned on a staff report. Christie is. It won't be lengthy.
One question.
Yes.
How many
Yes.
total dwelling units?
Councilman Bills, there's 650 dwelling units, over 157 acres.
Thank you.
Yep.
And this first section, 1.1, has how many units?
You have to ask, that's the tough question. Let's see. It's a total of 170 residential units in that first northwest quadrant, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Christie.
And Mayor, while she's going up, I just want to address one question I think I heard was about a berm. I just showed a diagram of a berm that we have approved for buffering industrial from residential. And I think that was only showing 20 feet, but this one has a setback of a buffer requirement of 25 feet. And then you've got the sidewalk as well that's outside of that 25 feet. And so it could be similar to that diagram, just a little more width on that, if that's the intent of council. I don't really have an opinion one way or another, but landscaping is used to buffer different uses, and it is effective. We have advocated for that in the past, to use landscaping to buffer between different types of uses to create some compatibility. Whether 25 feet is the right amount or not, that is certainly something you need to discuss as a council.
Thank you, Rodney. I appreciate that.
Okay, Christie. Thank you, Mayor and council members. This isn't so much a staff report as it is more of just a reminder of the master plan community workshop that we had with you a few months ago. So our master plan community definition states that MPCs can encompass an area.
Christie, could you pull your mic down just? Thank you so much. Thank you.
The MPCs can encompass a large geographic area. She did a great job of comparing the different types of master plan communities that are being built throughout the valley. A lot of the stuff that's happening is happening in the county. It's happening in Ada County, where there's very large pieces of property. Nampa does not have the land mass in any one ownership or any one developer's purview that would even equate to the master plan communities that are happening in Ada County. So it's very hard for us to compare the two to each other. So in our case, we have defined it as at least 40 acres or more and contain multiple zones, uses, densities, and housing types. They are required to meet standard building requirements. The intent is to allow a developer to use creativity and successful design principles that bring together multiple elements in a cohesive design utilizing smart growth principles that may otherwise not be permitted in Nampa City Code. So when Bottles was here, they talked a little bit about Hidden Springs, Harris Ranch, Dry Creek Ranch. Again, those are all being developed in Ada County. It's a very, very different land type. It's a very, very different topography, and the land mass is just not what Nampa has immediately available. It's a plan, not a plat. So as she talked about, we looked at the different zones that she was proposing, and then we took a very specific piece that we're looking at as a plat that will then turn into plat after plat after plat and develop out over time. With the development agreement, we would put that entire bubble plan into that development agreement and say, you shall develop this out this way. If something were to happen to the market, someone would have to come back in at a later date, do a development agreement modification, and say, we want to do something different, if they wanted to change it, or they just continue to develop it out. Maybe instead of 20 years, it would take 30 or 35. We don't know what the market's going to do. But the development agreement is what protects that. Now, having had that conversation earlier this evening about a development agreement, years down the road, maybe future city councils will not agree with the decisions that you've made here tonight. If I reference back to that, if you were to remove the development agreement on that previous one, or remove the development agreement on this because it didn't comply or something had changed, the zoning, the underlying zoning could potentially still remain in place on that property, which means that whatever current codes are in place would apply. So you have that protection depending on how you may or may not change the codes over time. If it meets code, it will always meet code. So these are the different types of, bubble plans that you might see. These are the benefits of a master plan community to the city. So it allows for public and private sector to plan for future growth. So in infrastructure improvements, it allows for Daniel to, plan for water, plan for sewer, plan for capacity, determine whether or not we're going to need new pump stations or not. If we have the ability to serve this master plan community, what kind of effects does that have further out? It just gives them an idea of, okay, this is what we anticipate seeing as far as density goes. It gives Crystal the opportunity to do a transportation master plan that would then accommodate that. We've got people in here tonight who have said, well, this road needs to be widened, or that road needs to be widened. Well, when you've got existing properties out there that have houses that are right up against there, then we run into right-of-way issues and acquiring people's front yards and doing all of these things. With these master plan communities, we can say, we see this coming and we know what it's going to bring down the road. So what do we need to be planning for in the future? If we do it incrementally, it makes it harder for us to look ahead and say, we're going to need this much right-of-way, we're going to need this many lanes at some point in the future. So again, a development agreement would be required. This would be what the whole application process would look like. There are multiple amenities that are required for various different types of subdivisions, and whether it's clustered or townhouses or duplexes, all those things. We do require an amount of amenities. For anything over 5 acres, you shall contain at least 2 qualified open space elements. That can be large play areas, picnic areas, walking paths, community swimming pools, recreational fields, basketball and tennis courts, pickleball courts, community gardens, outdoor amphitheaters, community plazas. This one is proposing 6 pickleball courts for 605 dwelling units. The city right now, with 120,000 people, has 12. So they're providing an amenity for this group of people that it over exceeds what the city's providing for its population. I'm going to bring you back to this slide. Doug shared this with you at the workshop when we talked about density requirements. The city as a whole is only reaching 4.9 dwelling units per acre within the city limits. Large grocery stores, full-service grocery stores, Home Depots, Targets, hospitals, Whole Foods, dentist's office, those kinds of things, they're looking, they're looking for 7.8 dwelling units per acre. We are not even close to hitting that mark. We've got to be providing the density that will not only draw in affordable housing, because we'll be meeting that demand, but we also need to meet the demand of the commercial services that we want to be provided in our community. And if we don't hit that density, they won't come here. There won't be any incentive for them to want to develop in Nampa. So anyway, The development agreement will also include conceptual renderings, various different types of ideas. You can also put in there, if you see a zone that may have some allowed uses in it that you don't agree with, we can kind of modify that list. And we can set whatever uses you feel like are appropriate for that area. That's really all I've got. Like I said, I wasn't going to speak specifically to this project because I think Bonnie did a great job of covering all those details. But if you have any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions for Christy?
Mayor?
Yes.
Christy, does this mean that this gets us one step closer to getting an IKEA?
Councilman Jangula. I don't think so. If Boise can't get an IKEA, I'm pretty sure Nampa can't get an IKEA.
Mayor?
Yes.
Ms. Rodney Ashby, Director of Planning and Zoning. I just wanted to clarify something that Bonnie came up and reminded me about something regarding commercial land uses and berms. Because a commercial land use is dependent on access and visual, being visually seen from those driving down the road, a lot of times berms are not used in those situations. So I just wanted to clarify that. What I was speaking about earlier was industrial versus residential, or one residential type versus another residential type.
Thank you. I'm thinking that you could actually do berm on residential, not on commercial, and to where you get a little bit of diversity in that flow, which is exactly what you talked about, that would allow it on the residential side, but not on the commercial side. So, okay, council, do we have any questions for Christy? So this is not intended to be a public hearing. To my knowledge, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the only change in this plan has to do with one entrance. So I guess what I need to do is defer to legal. Do we need to ask for other statements regarding that one entrance with that one change tonight? What is your recommendation?
Mayor, can you put up that, or have Rodney put up that slide again? So the entrance, I'm looking for the before and after. So it was, and then.
So we'll have
It
to look
basically
at
takes
it.
off
on
the,
the
there we
screen.
go. It takes off that additional access and keeps it internal. And that seems to be, Mayor, in response to some of the comments, it lessens the impact of traffic on that road. I don't, if you were inclined to say that doesn't look like a substantial change, I think that's fine.
Okay. That was in response to the citizens' request not to have lights going out into someone's yard. Other than that change, everything is the same that we really have talked about. So at that, I don't know that we have anything different. I'm kind of looking out here because I so want to respect, but I don't know that we have anything different to talk about tonight. Just to the neighbors, because I don't want to open a public hearing again. I mean, the public hearing's open and I want to be fair here. But to the neighbors that are sitting here, as I see this one gentleman out here, is there something, I want to listen, it's late, but I also want to be careful that we listen. You have to come forward and give us your name.
Mayor,
Pardon?
if you do
You're
that,
saying it. I have to open it up to everyone.
you have to open it up to everybody and you have to give the applicant a chance to rebut again.
Okay.
Christian
do that.
Statue,
Yes.
13290 Midway Road. So the change with the road doing that, it directs everybody to that other road, which is right in front of these people's home. So that's not, it takes care of somebody, the neighbor in front of that intersection, but that intersection gets overloaded.
It
So
gets more.
It seems like that's definitely a big change.
Now, what was your name again and your address?
Christian Statue, 13290 Midway Road.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. Because I have given opportunity for comment on the changes, is there anyone else that has a comment regarding these changes? Yes. Go ahead and come forward and share your name and address.
I'm Linda Swain at 11746 West Flamingo Avenue.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Linda Swain at 11746 West Flamingo Avenue. And we are delighted with that change because that is the road that faced right into our bedroom window. However, we addressed both of those roads because our friends the Merciers get the other street directly into their house. So both of those roads we addressed as in bad spots because they were coming right in. If they could adjust that road at all so it doesn't go right into the Merciers' property. I don't know if that's an option, but.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else? Yes, go ahead.
I'll be very brief.
Okay.
So, Paul Mercier, 11660 West Flamingo Avenue. So I'm directly across from the RD. So right where that middle street comes out, my property that's the east side of my property. So I just want to reiterate that, those properties have been there a long time. Yeah, I'm right there, all those trees. So basically there's the road, there's 10 feet, there's an irrigation ditch, and 20 feet later is my front of my house, right? So there's nothing we can do about that. We can't back that up. So when they were talking about, when Councilman Bills was talking about how close that RD is, I mean, we would just really like to see more buffer, as you all addressed. And that's just a really big deal, honestly, because we can't move our homes. They've been there, that one's been there since 2006, so thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that lives right there that would like to say anything? Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that this is where the road is being proposed to access Flamingo, and so the comments about eliminating this access over here and diverting traffic onto this road, this is where those lights would point.
Okay.
The left-hand turn would go right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'm sorry, there was some, okay, come on up. If there's anybody else, be ready right behind him because we are going to go ahead and move to the applicant very quickly for rebuttal and closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council people. I'm Jim Swain. I'm at 11746 West Flamingo with Linda. I had several things I wanted to say, but I wanted to thank Bonnie because I think she's worked with us way more than I expected her to. So I appreciate that. Dr. Wiles sent me a note because he couldn't be here tonight and said that he was supporting the protection of the kids with some of the retail based on what I talked about, the Maverick store over by Nampa High, and I appreciate your support. I think that local government is to protect its citizens through its codes and building requirements and things, but I think it goes beyond that, and I'm very heartened to see that our council and our mayor have been able to work with Bonnie and have significant outcomes in making. I'm not opposed to progress and growth if it's managed properly, and I think you all are doing a good job on that. So I wanted to say that out loud. I do support what the Merciers are saying with that commercial, and I don't know if Bonnie could do this, if they could swing it 90 degrees so it faces the east instead of all that light faces out towards their house. I'm amazed with what you've been able to get done. If you could do that to help them out and the people that are there so all that light isn't directed towards them. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Paul? Would that help?
Well,
it would make a huge difference. And then the other thing is, because along the road there, those are going to be 2 stories across from us, I would very much support what Councilman Griffin is saying, and that is a big berm so that they're not looking down from the 2nd floor. You know what I'm saying? The bigger the berm, the better. Here's another way to look at it. That would help us a great deal. But that's really what I wanted to say. I wanted to reinforce, I've been here to midnight once, and it's going to be 10 o'clock tonight at least, but I wanted to tell you that I appreciate what you've done and the comments that you all have made. So I'll be that brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Okay. And I'm glad that we gave this opportunity. As much as it's late, you know what? It's important to hear what you guys think. And so I'm glad that we had the opportunity to hear from you, and thank you for speaking up. Bonnie, this is your opportunity to provide closing comments.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Appreciate your time, and I appreciate the feedback from the neighbors. I think it's an important part of the process on this. We did really look at how to develop this. To Mr. Swain's question about rotating the commercial, we felt that because Flamingo is a main east-west thoroughfare now, commercial is successful when there's eyes on it. Keeping it at the access that it is, we had explored it the other way, but we had concerns about visibility. And the further back you get, what we really don't want is to have a bunch of vacant commercial long-term. So we, as Rodney mentioned, we can provide that buffer behind the residences. I think, Mr. Swain, just the width of that landscape buffer from part of the right-of-way and then additional that we're required to build is going to be pretty significant. And with the right plantings, I think that'll really screen the concerns about the second floors looking. I mean, you'd be looking across the 20 feet, plus, across the road, which is a 80-foot right-of-way, I believe, and then to their yards. There is quite a bit of separation from our second story on those higher density. A big berm, I mean, as I said, we can work with staff on that. We can look at doing something that's a little bit better of a fence as well. And then I think it'll be a nice rhythm along there to have sort of that openness. Those commercial buildings aren't anticipated to be properties that are glowing lights at night. I know down in Harris Ranch where I live, there's Lucky 13, there's the Coffee Mill. The Coffee Mill has it's very dark at night, like it has a closed sign. The Ranch Market is a little bit different, but that's more of a convenience store with a gas station, which we're not planning for that section of this development. So really, the commercial areas in Harris Ranch, when it's dark out, it's dark out. You're not seeing a bunch of glowing lights, and that's what we really envision for this as well. We really appreciate working with your staff, as always, and really appreciate your time this evening. I can stand for any last questions, but if you don't have any, I just request that you approve our request for this project this evening, and thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you.
So this is the time that I would ask for a motion to close public hearing. I do want to make sure that we have our questions answered, because there will be no further discussion. Seeing none?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this is an opportunity for discussion with the council and/or motion.
Mayor Claire.
Oh.
I was just going to agree with Councilman Bills. When I looked at the proposed RD, the extent of it along Flamingo Road, I thought the same thing, that I'd prefer to see that as an RS6 to balance out the frontage instead of seeing that many units backing up against Flamingo. So I would be in favor of the portion to immediate west of the BC zone, single-family homes, not the RD.
Okay. Councilman Bills.
I was just going to reiterate that, so I appreciate Councilman Haverfield concurring. I think that's a needed change, and whether they move those density to another spot or slightly decrease density, which isn't being asked for, but I think it will be beneficial.
Okay?
Mayor?
Yes.
I made a list of conditions of approval. Now, I don't know that I'll be the motion maker, but I hope whoever ends up doing that considers a few things. I'm directly across from this neighborhood. I'm in Sunnyvale, so I'm directly impacted by this as well. Not as much as the Merciers or the Swains, but still impacted. I think the bermed landscaping is an absolute essential portion of this on the residential side. I can understand the commercial side. Obviously, landscaping is still important and a big factor there too, but I foresee this. There's a lot of residents in Sunnyvale. This could be a walkable place where they walk to these little outlets, and it could be something nice, but it takes landscaping and thoughtful consideration. I'd like to see in that landscaping, just the fencing is a big issue, boulders, trees, shrubs, things that make it nice, going above and beyond. This project will be one of the biggest that we'll have within the foreseeable future, and that's what's been discussed since I've been on council, was this project, so I've been thinking about it. I would recommend that we move a few things off the automatically approved permitted use on BC to a CUP. I'm not saying get rid of it completely. A tobacco and a vape shop does not belong near schools. A liquor outlet does not belong near schools. An explicit material store does not belong near schools. Mobile home park does not belong in this area. A hookah lounge does not belong in this area. Automobile sales, in my opinion, doesn't belong there and could be a CUP. And a homeless shelter does not belong in this area. Those were the only glaring ones, so if we're making a motion, I'm not against putting them there, let the market drive, but if it's a real driver, put in a conditional use permit, not necessarily automatic permittal. I don't foresee that you're going to do that, but we got to cover our bases. We only get one shot at this. I think there's importance on creating the community spaces. I know Councilwoman Jangula emphasized it. I think we've all emphasized it. In each phase, there should be something significant and important to that phase that drives community to that area as well. I think a pool is a great idea. I think fire pits, we saw one common area. Those make community. I just can't emphasize enough, this is going to have lasting impact on Nampa. It's going to have lasting impact traffic-wise, and we have to be thoughtful about that, especially Karcher being what it is. So I don't take this decision lightly, but frankly, this is a very nice proposal. I think you did a very good job of hearing what was asked. To have two residents come up and give you grace and appreciation and tell you thank you, I haven't seen that since I've been on council. So I think that just shows that you're doing the work. So those are my comments for now.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would also like to add in that because this is a 20-year build-out, potentially, that every phase does come back before council and not just planning and zoning, just because I don't want to tie other councils to something for 20 years from now. I would like them to be able to be a part of that process as the phases build out. Is that something we can do?
Mayor and Councilmember Jangula, that's a very good question. I
Like to
think, I suppose you could do that. Again, this is an annexation. You have a lot of discretion if you're inclined to approve it, and that would be something in the development agreement you would include. This is a large, one of your first planned communities, so if that's the consistent desire, then that you'd probably have some ordinance change, and you've talked a little bit about that. But I think in this case, you could do that with a development agreement condition.
Mayor? Just a quick question on that. Our code says that it goes to Planning and Zoning Commission, so are you asking for it to go to Planning and Zoning Commission and then to City Council for approval?
Sure.
Well, I don't know, does it have to? Because actually what you're asking is that the final decision is being made here. Yeah.
If we can put a condition that it doesn't in this case, that it comes just to council, that's fine.
I think what you're saying is the final decision needs to rest with city council, not with planning and zoning, as it typically would.
I think the more appropriate one would be a planning and zoning commission based on ordinance, and I'm trying to recall state code directly, but that would be a recommendation to this body, and the city would make the final decision, so there'd be two.
Mayor and council, one thing I might note, and Rodney, correct me if I'm out of line here, with the annexation and zoning being complete, if you do have the future preliminary plats come back to council, the latitude that you would have with those would be confined to the compliance with code and the development agreement rather than the broad latitude that you have at the annexation here. And so just that, the difficulty I foresee, because this is so long, there will be many new councils that would see this, and helping council understand their role at that point, where it will be much different than their typical role, potentially encompasses a challenge for staff and legal in the future. Not that it's insurmountable, but that is something that we may want to keep in mind as you think of that condition.
And then one more thing, Mayor. I just wanted Rodney or any of you guys to just address the turnout, just to make sure that it doesn't align directly with their house, and then the turn lane as well. And I'm looking at it on the map, and it doesn't look like it. I just want it clarified for their sake.
So, Mayor, Councilman Jangula, that is correct. The road that comes out there is at the eastern side of his property. It does not align directly with his house. His house sits 70 feet off the center line of the road, so future widening of the road, our standards would be the house should sit 20 feet back from the edge of the right-of-way. Future right-of-way would be 50 feet in that area. That house would comply with that. But that would be something that we would deal with when the city came in and widened that road, or his property came in for a development in the future. But yes, it does not align directly with the house. It sits offset to the east.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
The road is to the east of the house.
Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize. Just looking at the map again, crossing Flamingo, are we going to have a rapid flashing beacon? Because that will have a lot of foot traffic, in my opinion, on Amarone Road. That's going to be a direct line to Karcher.
Mayor and council, I would recommend that we would have an analysis done similar to what we did with the approval of the Clear Creek subdivision to see if the volumes of pedestrian traffic that we would anticipate there would warrant that. Without that, I couldn't say. I would speculate that it probably is not going to meet the standards to warrant one, but we can certainly, that could be a condition of approval, that analysis is done, and if it is warranted, that they install that.
I think that's one thing of concern for me, especially in that space, going to be commercial, connecting to major neighborhoods and developments all around there. Hubble's continuing that expansion too. There should be a point. It's a busy road. Even right now, they call it the dead triangle or dead accident triangle.
Mayor, Councilman Griffith, I take some issue with that characterization of the area. The accident history for that area does not support that type of a connotation.
I would ask whoever the motion maker is to warrant a, what's the phrase you used?
A
traffic study.
Do a warrant analysis for a pedestrian signal or
So I have a
something of that
question on
nature.
that. Actually, can we put in the development agreement that we want a pedestrian signal there.
That is certainly within your purview. It would not be staff's recommendation to put one in that is not warranted.
Well, at some point, it's going to be warranted. The only thing is, if you've got a couple different developments coming in, rather than putting that all on this development, I'm not sure where the other ones are in their planning, to where it could be a shared expense that they could contribute to, not necessarily bear the full expense, but contribute to the cost of a rapid flashing beacon. I just think it's important that we protect our pedestrians. So,
Madam Mayor?
yes, Councilman
I have a
Reynolds.
comment, and I'll take a shot at making a motion. I respectfully disagree with Councilwoman Jangula on the letting future councils decide about the different phasing. We've been talking about this in workshops and stuff since I've been on council about looking ahead 15 to 20 years, and I feel like we can make a good sound decision based off what's given to us. To me, it's a huge hoop for the developer to jump through, and the what if for a developer, there's a lot of risk there going into it as a developer. And so anyway, I am in favor of changing that RD zone on Flamingo, if that could be accomplished. But the rest of it looks fine to me, the way it is. And then I would like to see a beacon in there as well, if it's warranted. I don't know if that would require a traffic study or not to warrant that.
So Mayor and Council, they have a traffic study on the existing phase that is required to be updated with the additional phases that they come in. That can certainly be something, a warrant analysis could be, they could add that to their existing traffic study and determine with that would not be a difficult thing to do.
Okay, so I'll take a stab at making a motion here.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt again. Tom and I had a discussion a little bit ago about changing a zone. Because this wasn't advertised for that zone, it would have to be denied and then would go back through the whole process again to change the zone to an RS zone.
But when you're reducing density. So that just seems silly now if you were increasing density, I could understand that. But you're actually reducing density and you're bringing it more in alignment with other surrounding subdivisions. So if you're reducing density, you still would have to rehear it?
So Mayor, the thought there being, it's not carving off a few units, it's a change in zone. I agree that it's a reduction, it's a less dense zone. But as I talked with staff, they got to redo the site plan, they got to redo the analysis. It would essentially require a revision of everything, the project.
So Mayor, I'd recommend that we open back up the public hearing or whatever the procedure is, and we just postpone, and we allow the applicant then to make the adjustments, and we push this down the road another 2 to 4 weeks, and then we can actually deal with it based on the recommendations that have been discussed tonight.
So I have a question for you. Am I hearing you say we have to totally redo the public hearing and they have to start from scratch again? Or can we just reopen the public hearing, have them come back, but it's a substantial change? So
Mayor, that portion of your concept plan would be substantially changed with that lower zoning designation. I don't know what that would do to roads and so on, so let Christie comment, but.
We do have an idea here.
Okay.
Leave it as RD, and rather than having the attached units, we condition it to be the minimum 6,000 square foot lots for single-family detached. It would be 8 units rather than 16.
So in our development agreement, we do not change the zoning, great idea, but we require, per the development agreement, that they're single-family attached.
Along
there in the RV
Single-family
zone.
detached, yeah.
It's a great idea. Okay, good idea. Okay, so do we need to be specific? Because you mentioned a specific number. Can you say what that specific number was?
Yeah, so the number that was proposed along Flamingo Avenue was 16, so it would go down to 8.
Okay. Does that suffice to our council members? Yes? Okay. Okay, Dale, were you in the midst of a
I
motion?
was.
Okay,
No, it's all convoluted. I'll take a shot at it.
okay. May I say something real quickly? I've got a little bit of an addition, just for clarity, is that in the development agreement, in addition, because I wrote down all the things that you wrote down, Sebastian, in addition to that, and it's already been stated somewhat, but we fulfill the recreational amenities that have been suggested. Recognizing they could shift a little bit over time in what they are, but that we still fulfill those down the road, even if it's 15 years from now, that we don't lose sight of that, and that the development agreement requires that as proposed, that the developer does put in those. Also, that there is a diversity of design elements on these properties. I'm going to just be really candid. I know in Star they required an upscale, let's get this looking right. And that's what I would like to see here, is that there are design elements that are not meeting the base minimum, that are actually, there's a diversity, and that we don't have the same product everywhere. That there's a diversity of those design elements throughout the whole thing. I don't know how to quantify that exactly, but I think if you understand what I'm saying and the expectation of that. So.
Are you meaning, Mayor, I apologize, are you meaning single level, two-story, different slope? How do you define that?
Well, it really has to do with the amenities on the front and the different design of the actual units. It's not a cookie cutter, everyone looks the same, right? That could be done, it could be that they're all single level, but they look very different. The face is different, just the design. You can have a similar interior with a different look on the exterior. So it just helps overall, I think, in the quality of the product. So.
Madam
And I
Mayor,
think
I
I'm
have
done.
a clarification too on your fulfilling the rec amenities. In 15 years, pickleball won't be a fad anymore. It'll be driving spaceships or something. So how much leeway do you want in there?
That's what I'm not sure on the wording there, because that there are recreational facilities as proposed. Exactly what that recreational facility is could shift, because maybe it goes back to tennis courts instead of pickleball, or you could decide you need a playground facility versus not, based on the first build out. So not to tie their hands so extensively, but to fulfill the intent. I don't know how to.
Well, President Reynolds, that's why someone over here on this side was trying to give future councils the opportunity to make that decision. In 15 years from now.
Watch this.
Watch this.
All right, Madam Mayor, we can correct this as we go along here. I move to approve the annexation and zoning of a total of 157.24 acres into 65.78 acres RS6, single-family residential, 35.24 acres RS4, single-family residential, 47.55 acres RD, two-family residential, and 8.67 acres BC, community business zoning districts. A master planned community with a development agreement for mixed uses, including commercial, single-family, detached, and attached residential, and a subdivision preliminary plat for the development of 41.56 acre northwest portion of the subdivision, which includes 89 single-family detached dwelling units, 81 single-family attached dwelling units, and that's where it gets tricky on the townhouses. Is it townhouses what we're changing?
Yes.
So,
Mayor, he probably doesn't have to go to that detail. He could say subdivision preliminary plat for the Adara subdivision as proposed with these conditions of approval, and then list out.
Okay. So the subdivision preliminary plat with 89 single-family detached dwelling units, and then on the RD zone, it would reduce the density from 16 units to 8 units. On both
Along
sides.
Flamingo?
Along Flamingo.
Along Flamingo.
And it looks like West Redfield Street. And in the development agreement, the intent to fulfill the recreational amenities as proposed in the original presentation, and that the development agreement states there's a diversity of design elements in the construction of the dwelling units. And also that a flashing beacon is installed at the crossing on Flamingo. And let's see, what did I miss?
The berm?
Is it clear about the 8 units in the RD?
Councilmember Reynolds. There was only one portion of that I think needs clarification. Are we saying there is only allowed to be 8 units in the RD space off of Flamingo, or 8 on either? So I believe the intent was the south portion of Redfin was supposed to stay RD normal, and the northern portion was supposed to be RD 6,000 square foot.
So yeah,
maximum.
to correct that, so it would be the 16 units that are in the RD facing Flamingo or bordering Flamingo would reduce to 8 units. Thank you. Of single-family attached.
Detached, attached or detached?
Or detached, single-family detached. And then
The berm?
I didn't have anything about a berm. I was on the fence about that.
It's better than what I said earlier.
If you want a berm, put in a berm. You're going to have lots of extra dirt there. So,
I think our homeowners across really would love to have a berm protecting their homes
along Flamingo?
along Flamingo.
Okay,
Yes.
and that in the development agreement, they would have a berm installed not to exceed 75 foot of height.
Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, would that berm be only located along the residential portions, not along the commercial portions?
Correct.
That is correct. It would only be along the residential portion of the development, not on the commercial portion. The commercial portion needs to be seen so that people will know where to go.
You ready for a second?
Well, not
Wait.
quite.
Almost.
We have just a couple more
We're gonna
things
need the
to
Spark
add
Notes
to it.
version
Yes.
of what this was.
What's that?
Then we're gonna need the Spark Notes version of what this actually was, so
I
we know
think
what
he's
we're
got
voting
it.
on.
I think he's got it. It was this.
Yeah.
But the development agreement, the commercial, the BC area, and if we can capture it from earlier, Sebastian, or Councilman Griffin, actually went through a number of items that would not be allowable in that BC.
CUP. Change from, I can say not allowable at all, but
I would say not allowable near a school.
Well,
I would agree, but I just am worried about Councilman Bill's opinion of that.
There's certain things that are going to take care of themselves next to the school anyway, per code, correct?
I just wouldn't want them there.
We could let future councils have that jurisdiction, Dale.
I think with Nampa Christian there, I think the things that were commented on were the hookah bars, the vape shops, the tobacco shops, liquor stores. None of those would be allowable in this particular
Mobile homes.
mobile homes.
I don't think they're going to put a mobile home park in their BC zone.
Correct.
And then we had mentioned earlier the comment about not having a gas station on Flamingo, but rather on Orchard.
Yeah, and that was stated earlier from the applicant about the gas station. So the uses, the allowed uses. Todd,
We
you
have
help me
a
with the wording on that?
list. We have a list that we wrote down as he spoke. Maybe we can just reference that list.
That would be great.
We could do that. The question is CUP or simply just prohibited?
Yeah.
I'd say just a prohibited use.
Okay.
For the development agreement. It's a lot clearer than going through a CUP process. It's a lot of trouble.
Totally agree.
So, you have those, Rodney?
I do. I have them, Mayor and Councilman Reynolds. Tobacco shop, vape shop, liquor store, mobile home park, hookah bar, auto sales, and homeless shelter.
Did we
miss
anything?
Sales on North.
I don't think so.
Off Flamingo.
Fuel station to be located on Orchard only.
Oh, I apologize, there's a second page. Tattoo parlor, question mark. I'd prefer no tattoo parlor, frankly.
Good.
Welfare and charitable distribution, lumberyard, Momentum Works, Petro Storage.
I think we
research
covered it with what Christie's statements were, so I'll leave it at that. If there's anything else to add. So that's my motion. Victor?
A second.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilman Reynolds. Can you confirm there was some talk regarding a fuel?
I have a fuel station to be located on Orchard Avenue.
On Orchard.
Are you
only.
okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Not on Flamingo side.
May I ask, so there's been a motion and a second. I have a question during the discussion time. A note that I had written down was that each plat, as it comes forward, contains the usable open green space as required, but I think that's a given. Is that correct? We don't need to state that.
I have it listed. I
You
just
have it
wrote it
listed?
as recreational amenities per phase as proposed.
Well, that's different than ensuring that the open green space is a requirement in each plat, that they're meeting the minimum requirement of open green space in addition to the recreational amenities that they have proposed.
Yeah, Mayor, the only thing I would add to that or comment on there is that you may get quite a bit of open space on the first couple of phases. It looks like that was what was going to happen. So we don't want to distinguish it as it has to meet 15% on that final phase because it may be already over, we've got enough for the entire development on the first couple of phases.
Okay.
So just with that clarity, I think that makes sense.
Yes.
I have two other additional things. On the packet, it showed separated island landscaped median coming on Amora. Is that still planned to be there? I would like to see that ensured there. And then another recommendation for recreation, a tiered amphitheater kind of space might be nice for movies in the park, but that's just my own personal little dream, so that's not a part of the development agreement. Would be nice, though.
Okay. But the entryway with the islands in the middle. Okay, so does the maker of the motion agree with that motion? That
It's drawn that way, so.
It's drawn that way, and second?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, I think we've got it. We have another public hearing yet to come. Okay, are we good? We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Ingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, and now we're going to go back. We've got, thank you guys for staying so late. I'm sorry you've had a couple late nights with us. Thank you, thank you.
Should have indoor people here.
Okay, 8-4. Ah, I'm sorry. And I know some of you you were here at 5. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Well, we are ready for 8.4 on the agenda. This is annexation and zoning to RS6, single-family residential zoning map amendment from RS7 to RS6, and a potential development agreement and preliminary plat for Cayuse Ridge subdivision at 0 Dooley Lane and 914 South Midland Boulevard, 10.37 acres for Becky Izara and Ardura representing John W. and Travis Pasco. Okay, so the applicants, who's going to speak to us this evening? Hi. And you know how to do it. Thank you. Yeah.
My name is Becky Izagari. My address is 1144 South Silverstone Way, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. So good evening. On behalf of Hayden Homes, I'm here to present applications for annexation, rezone, and preliminary plat for the development agreement of development of Cayuse Ridge subdivision. The project site consists of 2 parcels located at the northeast intersection of Dooley Lane and Midland Boulevard, with Lake Lowell being half a mile west of the site. The subject properties are surrounded by the single-family residential development on the east and south. The project site consists of 2 parcels. The first parcel is located in the city of Nampa with the zoning designation of RS7. The second parcel is in the county with a zone of R1. As you can see, the surrounding zone is largely RS6. We are asking to annex the county parcel and rezone the site to match the adjacent zoning designation of RS6. The 2040 comprehensive plan designates this area primarily for medium-density residential use. We are requesting to maintain this designation with the proposed zoning of RS6, ensuring that the development remains visually consistent with the surrounding area. Cayuse Ridge subdivision has been designed as a medium-density residential subdivision with a zoning designation of RS6 and a gross density of 3.18 acres. The 10-acre development will include 4 common lots and 33 single-family homes with a minimum lot size of 6,029 square feet and an average lot size of 6,466 square feet. This project will be developed in one phase and in full compliance with the RS6 development requirements outlined in the City of Nampa's comprehensive plan, city code, and current conditions of approval. Here are the elevations for Cayuse Ridge subdivision. As you can see, we are proposing 1- and 2-story homes with 2- and 3 bedrooms. These homes will blend in nicely with the homes in the existing area. Cayuse Ridge will have 4 common lots with 1.67 acres or 16.1% of qualifying open space. The stormwater retention areas throughout the site will provide an additional ½ acre of usable open space. The landscaping will feature water-efficient plants, including 68 new trees, 384 shrubs, while preserving the existing trees on the east side. A pathway system consisting of both major and micro will connect the larger open space. There will be a sports court and benches for both passive and active uses. This development proposes 3 different fencing types. The perimeter fencing will consist of a tan 6-foot vinyl TNG fence. We will have a tan 4-foot fence with 2-foot rails for homes that are adjacent to the open space. Then we'll have a 4-foot iron view fence on the southeast corner of Dooley Lane. This development will construct 5 new local roads with ingress egress on Dooley Lane and a secondary emergency access off Midland Boulevard. All newly built local streets will include a curb gutter and a 4-foot detached sidewalk with a 6-foot landscape buffer between the sidewalk and back of curb. Midland Boulevard will have a 50-foot right-of-way dedication to include a 10-foot detached asphalt path with an 8-foot landscape buffer between back of curb and the pathway. Dooley Lane will have a 40-foot right-of-way dedication to include 10-foot detached asphalt path with an 8-foot landscape buffer between the back of curb and the pathway. The emergency all-weather access road will be 20 feet wide with a 6-inch vertical curb. This emergency access will have bollards on both ends, preventing public access. All roads will be built to the standards set forth by the City of Nampa and the Caldwell Fire Department. This development will connect to a 12-inch water main in Midland Boulevard, an existing sewer manhole approximately 800 feet north of Midland Boulevard, and an 8-inch pressure irrigation main on Dooley Lane. Additionally, it will feature a stormwater retention pond with grass in the bottom in the northeast corner, along with 2 seepage beds in the common area adjacent to Dooley Lane and 1 adjacent to Midland Boulevard. So as you can see, we've been thoughtful with our design and have made it a point to work with the neighbors and staff to develop a project that would work for the city and the community. We thank you so much for your time. We hope we can make this a part of the Nampa community.
Thank
Stand
you.
for questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do we have
Question.
any questions? Yes?
Why, and this may be for staff as much as for yourself, but why the stub street on the north portion there?
Yeah. So are you talking yeah. So I believe staff had required that access. And then the property also to the north, yep. Wanted access as well.
The neighbor.
Did you say the neighbor?
There's a neighbor to the north. I wish I had a better picture here. Yeah, so you can see right here, there's just to the north of this. Yeah, thanks, Christy. So he wanted access there. And yeah, so he would be landlocked otherwise.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, there is a couple of single-family homes to the north of there, though they are on larger acreages and with city utilities, they could redevelop and subdivide in the future, and this would provide access to facilitate that at some future date.
So are they landlocked right now, or would be if you didn't provide that access?
The back parcel that this one would stub into has an ingress-egress easement out through the adjacent property. If it were to develop without the other, then yes, likely it would be, the ingress-egress easement that it has wouldn't be adequate for a redevelopment, and so this would be its access point. If they were both to redevelop at the same time, then this likely would loop through and then come out on Midland Boulevard to provide access that direction as well.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Becky, just some clarification. You said something about Caldwell Fire. What?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm just, so it would be Nampa.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, you're fine. It's late. We all get it. I was like, wait, what? Why would this not be Nampa? Okay, we're good.
I'm sorry if I misspoke.
You're good. Are there any other questions? Okay. We'll move, as you know the process, we'll move to staff report and then come back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Reader's Digest version?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
You got it. She described it very well. So she's asking for annexation and rezone, the preliminary plat. Did you take the control? Okay. So it is neighbored by enclaved property, RS6 property. In January of 2022, the 6.46 acres was annexed and zoned to RS7 with a preliminary plat for the Cayuse Meadows subdivision. This is going to replace that approval. It is served by city utilities. Traffic and access. They will be required to dedicate right-of-way on Dooley, on Midland, and for a 25-foot chamfer at the intersection. A traffic impact study is not warranted for this project because of the number of units. Correspondence was received from our standard agencies that normally submit comment, as it was iterated in your staff report. The comprehensive plan defines compatibility for residential areas and the medium-density residential densities. The comprehensive plan also outlines goals and strategies for single-family uses. This project provides housing types that meet those goals. It will be governed by the RS Chapter 8 as the subdivision plats are reviewed. The preliminary plat has a range of lots is allowed to have a range of lots from 6,000 to 12,000 square feet. This project proposes range from 6,029 square feet to 10,001 square feet. It meets the lot widths, it meets the lot depths. It has a density of 3.18, which is within range. The landscape plan was reviewed. The forester has a few requests that are in the conditions of approval. It does meet the 15% qualified open space as required. It is proposing 16.1%. And as she mentioned, the drainage may be designed in such a way that it may also create some more. So the findings for annexation, the property owner has consented to this application. The property is contiguous to the city limits on the south and east sides. The property can be assumed to be available for orderly development because it has city services available. It will dedicate public right-of-way. It will have frontage improvements required. It will provide a side path, and the landscaping will be required upon construction. For zoning, there is also 3 criteria for that. It proposes a zone that is compatible with the comprehensive plan. It proposes uses that are compatible with the surrounding uses, and development of this property is in the interest of the public because of the right-of-way that will be dedicated and the use of the utilities that are available. These are the conditions of approval. These are your motions, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Christy. Are there any questions? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you. We are ready to move into public hearing, and
Madam Mayor, we do not have any advance signups for this item.
is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this item? Seeing none. There is an opportunity for our applicant to come forward with any closing comments. Any?
No, I have no additional comments.
Okay, council, do you have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd move that we close the public hearing.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'd move that we approve the annexation and zoning to RS6 zoning map amendment from RS7 to RS6 and preliminary plat for Cayuse Ridge subdivision at 0 Dooley Lane and 914 South Midland for Becky Yazagir, Dura Engineering representing John and Debbie and Travis Pasco. Annexation 00305 2024, ZMA 00190 2024, and SPP 00147 2024, with all conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That was an easy one.
I am so sorry you guys had to wait that long for that. Well,
Thank you so much.
thank you. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public hearings. We're going to move in back to new business, and we're going to start with new business item 7.1. It is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a purchase agreement with Chinook Stalls for the purchase and delivery of 60 used horse stalls for the Fort Idaho Center Horse Park in the amount of $154,000. It is approved by our city attorney, funded from FY24 rollover capital, and which is actually pending approval in the FY25 first budget amendment because the expense did not take place in the last fiscal year, but it has been approved.
Madam Mayor.
It's been moved?
No, I just said Madam Mayor.
I'm
Oh,
sorry,
maybe-
we had a so moved
Oh, okay.
real quickly.
Sorry, I have a question, so go ahead.
I can explain a little bit on my motion.
Okay, so let's go to the question. There's a second?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Discussion.
So my question is, I didn't see anything in the packet that gives us a baseline about what these stalls should go for. It's been a lot of years since I bought horse stalls. But how do we know if we're getting a good price or what? And this company's out of Canada. I don't know.
So-
I'm not really comfortable with
I could answer that,
Oh,
but you
okay.
can, I'll let you.
Okay. Recently, the horse park has been doing so well with events that they don't have sufficient amount of stalls for the horses and the event people that are there. So they've had to farm out. And it's causing us to sit back. So this Chinook is the only company in the United States, well, only company that builds stalls. You can't find anybody else to do that. And they're highly recommended by the Fort Idaho Center, by Andrew Luther and the Idaho Horse Park Foundation. And so if we're looking for a good investment for our money, this is it. I know it's only said $40,000 a year in return on our investment, but the cost is, I think, equal to what we're going to be getting for our return investment. Hotels, money for the events. They kind of have a monopoly on this, but they're a good company. The Fort Idaho Center has been using Chinook company for the last 30 years. Is that okay?
Yes, it's that they are the best stall, and if that, I didn't remember off the top of my head the return on investment, but that's a good ROI. It's just over 3 years. It's under 4 years. They're having to rent them, and so with a payback of that, and this is what Andrew Luther has highly recommended. We were just slow getting it done.
All right, follow up.
Yes.
So, yeah, I was aware that they had been renting from this individual, or this company, and an opportunity came up to buy these, but I don't agree that that's the only company that has stalls, so that's why I just wanted a baseline, and maybe it is a really good deal.
The highest quality
Yeah,
is
they are
what
the
Andrew
best,
said.
yeah.
It's the highest quality. There are some others that manufacture the stalls, but the quality of these is the best, according to Andrew.
Mayor, as a follow-up
Yes.
question then, the pictures in our packet, are they the ones that we're looking to purchase?
I think we already have those stalls on site, and that's why they look very used, because we've had them for many, many years. They last a long
So
time.
these aren't the ones that we're purchasing?
Correct. I don't think, those are an example, I believe. I don't know that those are exactly what we're purchasing.
Okay, because in looking at them, they seem to be abused and rusting. So my question would be, to follow up to Councilman Reynolds' point is, are these refurbished stalls that we're talking about purchasing, are they galvanized? What type of finish do they have on them to make sure that they are in good shape?
I'm sorry, I can't
I can't answer that either.
Mayor, I
Yes.
also have a question then. It was my impression that these are the stalls that we've been renting and we're now purchasing them. They're the same stalls that we're taking in. Is that not correct?
No, because we were unable to get it done in such a fashion that the ones that we had on site we could keep. So these are having to come in. They're not the ones that are already on site.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
They're purchasing new so we can house more.
I think they're used.
They're used.
Are they used?
They're used.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what prompted the question of what type of finish do they have on them?
The condition, what's being brought in?
I can't answer that question. So I know that Andrew has been working with this particular company for some time. He
Yeah.
feels confident about the purchase and that this is the right product. I can't answer all the questions, though. I just know that a little bit.
Is it, Mayor, is it something that if we continued, they'd lose the deal? If we could have somebody come and show us photos? And I'm weird, I think there's value to it, no matter the condition, because we need the stalls and we have the demand. However, I have pause, but I'm going to hold my second. But the question is, if we continue it, will jeopardize the deal for us to get more information, maybe somebody from the horse park to come and speak to it with photos. I don't know how to make that call.
I don't know that 2 weeks would make that big of a deal. So if we want to push this to October 21, we certainly could do that.
Jeff stood up, though.
Jeff,
Madam Mayor.
do you have a comment on this one?
No, but if you have questions, I can note the questions and we can get back to you in the next
photos.
council meeting.
Okay.
Mayor, city council.
So if you could inquire as far as in the finish, if they're galvanized or if they're painted, what condition they're in, if they're rust-free. That would be the main concern. If they're coming off the west coast, the potential is for salt to be into the steel itself, which would erode it. Whereas if they were in more inland purchase, you wouldn't have that less of a concern.
So, thank you. So if we did have a motion and a second on the table, are we wanting to pull, are you pulling your second?
Yes, please.
I'll
Okay.
pull it.
Okay, so.
I'll make a motion to refer this to another date.
To the October 21st.
Second.
Okay, and we don't need to? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I just have one more comment. If I remember right, Andrew talked to me about this, about Stampede Time, and we had rented these, but it seems to me like we didn't get it caught or done in time, and the guy had packed up, they were new then, and then he had packed them up and took them, and we were hoping to buy them before they went away or something like that, so
Yep.
I don't know, maybe they're across the country by now. Hopefully they didn't come out of the hurricane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. But at this time, we have moved this to 10:21 and no motion is required. So we've already completed 7.2 and 7.3. We're on to 7.4. This is an action item to approve or deny the public art easement agreement with Treehorn LLC for the placement of art on the building located at 110 12th Avenue South in downtown Nampa. This was approved by legal and it is in the NDC budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Question,
Yes?
what defines art?
Well, this is the Wall Street, the art going on Wall Street. It is reviewed and approved through NDC. It's managed through economic development. And so if you've walked down that, you can see there is a theme and a standard each time, and they do get individually approved. The reason this easement's on here is because it's the back of a building, and for some reason, that one didn't get approved. And so it's the back of a building that we're just approving the easement, but it does go through economic development and NDC.
Thank you.
Yep.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I apologize. Who did the motion second? I didn't realize that 7.3 got pulled. I didn't make a note. I did realize I didn't make a note.
So who made the motion to approve this? 7-4, remind me.
Dale, I made the second.
Okay,
Thank
Dale
you.
and Natalie. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.5 is an action item to authorize the reallocation of the FY25 opioid funds in the amount of $50,000 from the mental health coordinator position, that was with the police department and it was already filled, to the Nampa Narcan initiative.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.6 is an action item to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the construction contract with Excelsior Construction Company for the Streets Division Building Addition project in the amount of not to exceed $889,800.
Mayor
And this
Kling?
is approved through the FY25 budget.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I would like to ask if we could postpone the decision on this item to allow us a little bit more time to review the bids and the information that's been provided to us in the packet was a little unclear to me.
Okay. Crystal is here and could answer any questions.
I don't have a list of questions yet, so I'd like to postpone the decision. Otherwise, I'll just vote no.
That's fine. Crystal, because this is, you guys went ahead and the bid has come in, you've revealed the bids, right? Is there any problem with postponing this? Do we have to go out to bid again, or can we hold it for 2 weeks?
We can hold it for 2 weeks, Mayor.
Okay, so we will do this on October 21st. So, thank you. And then let's get with Crystal and see what clarity needs. Thank you for doing so. Okay, 7.7 is an action item to authorize the rebalancing of the ARPA funds between the Copper River Storage Pond project and the elevated water tank.
So moved.
And
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.8 is an action item to authorize the mayor and the Public Works Director to sign a task order with Keller and Associates for the Coyote Springs domestic well preliminary well drilling services and final facility design in the amount of, and not to exceed, $378,519.
So moved.
Mayor, I just was curious how many bids came through on this?
How many
Well,
bids?
this is a negotiated item with engineers or architects,
Yeah.
so there is no bidding.
And the only reason that I bring that up is I was curious how much they cost. I have two cousins that own a well drilling company, and I texted them and said, is this appropriate, is this not? And they said it seemed excessive, but we don't know to that level or detail from what they got to the packet, and that's why I'm asking about a bid.
Mayor and Councilman Griffin, so the qualifications-based selection, we select based on their qualifications. We have a list in our roster. We chose off the roster based on their experience in this area. That was our first consultant. It says in state code that you negotiate after you get done and you look at hours and the project itself and the scope. You negotiate, if you can't come to an agreement on a fair and reasonable price. And so we had an initial consultant on this one. We negotiated the price. We couldn't come with a fair and a reasonable amount, and so we went to the second. This price is 17% lower than the first round of consultants. So this is a hard one too, because the well drilling, it's almost two projects. You have the pre-well drilling, you have the hydrologist has to come out, they have to do all the testing, there's a lot of inspection, and that's all before they get to the actual construction of the pumps and the wells and all the appurtenances with the facility, so.
Is there any possibility that if you went to your third option, that it would also be 17% less than what the second option did, and then a tiered motion here, if you're catching my drift?
Both the groups that we talked to are reputable engineering firms, so we feel like we've done our due diligence. We've gone through months of negotiations now to try to trim the costs and fit within our budget.
Mayor and council, one other thing I would note is that Keller does regularly come in under budget on their projects. They have done good work for us and at a reasonable price for many years.
And I don't disagree, and I'm not trying to challenge anybody in that sense. I think it's this whole system of not going to bid that I'm trying to work through, but I do appreciate comparing that second. It just then comes, okay, why were they 17% lower, and why is that a firm that we've used prior? Have they done that every project? That's just my train of thought, and I know that they've been reputable and they've worked well with us. It's not an attack at them by any means. It's just, how do we let the market play in it? So
my recommend
Okay.
is talk to your legislator and continue to look at the code. Otherwise, I make a motion that we approve the act.
We do have, we
Do we have a
have.
motion?
Well, we
We already
have,
have a motion.
Haverfield has a
Let's vote.
comment.
I move that we vote then.
I agree. So Councilman Haverfield first, Councilman Reynolds next, and then we can move to a motion
And then I
probably.
have something if they don't already say it.
Okay.
So,
comments here.
Jeff, earlier in the evening, a young lady came up talking about serpentine wire on a 6-foot chain link fence. Was that around this property?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, yes. So I want to say that we will be working with the homeowners associations. We're in contact with the woman that presented tonight and the homeowners, and so they are going to be involved during the review process. According to Homeland Security, we have to have a fence around our facility. It can either be an 8-foot fence or it can be a 6-foot fence with barbed wire, but we can put in an 8-foot fence. It can be, black. We can put some arborvitae. We can landscape around it. There's things we can do to work with that homeowners association.
So the well itself has to have the fence around it. Is this proposal to have the fencing around the perimeter of the property?
So the proposal, I believe that it's like a perimeter. There's a certain footage outside of the building that the fence has to be. And we did this at the Ford Center, so I think it's like 25 feet around there. So it's not going to be to the perimeter of the property, it'll be within it, because it's a large lot. It's like an acre lot. So,
Right.
like I said, there's a lot of room for us to work aesthetically with the fence, get what we need, Homeland Security, and still help the homeowners see something that's.
So is there landscaping proposed, or is it a dryscape? I mean, or is it actual landscaping?
We're going to add those elements to the design. We're going to include the homeowner association in that process.
Okay. Yeah, personally, I prefer that if there is a fence around the perimeter, that it's more neighborhood-friendly fence, and then around to meet those requirements around the building itself, have the more secure fencing. And then landscaping between the two that would soften the, that fencing that's in the perimeter.
Okay, Councilman Reynolds?
Madam Mayor, I just had a comment that a domestic well is a lot different than a municipal well. And to me, this price is not out of line at all for what it is. It's a whole lot of, there's a lot of different standards that go with it, and there's only so many people that can drill a hole that size. So anyway, just comment.
So I just, well, actually, I can talk to you tomorrow about my question, so I'll do that later. So remind me, was there a motion?
We have a motion, no second.
Okay, so let's begin again with a motion, because if it wasn't seconded.
So moved.
So moved? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move forward and authorize the mayor to sign the task order. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, just one follow-up question as far as the ability to back check. There's no way that someone can get in there and put a poison or some sort of a chemical in our water. Is that set up as a part of this, I guess, meeting the regulatory requirements? Because obviously you
Homeland
wouldn't want
Security,
you'd have the
yeah.
same issue if someone were able to get into a fire hydrant and then pressurize something back into it that would cause harm.
Correct. This, Councilman, this is a source well, so I mean, Homeland Security gave us recommendations on security. Video security each site was one of the things we're working on. Fencing, there's line of sight when you come into the facility and things like that. But you're right, I think there's other places that are open for that
Reach
type
points,
of thing.
yeah, it's just a concern.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
At this time, we're going to go back to 1.6 on the agenda, which had, At this time, we're going to go back to 1.6 on the agenda, which was regarding the alcohol licenses. I believe Shar is prepared to provide a report for us.
Madam Mayor, in response to Councilmember Rodriguez's request to see the manager names, which were inadvertently redacted on the items that were in the packet. So for Bymark Corporation, that name is Dylan Loomis. For Campos Market LLC, the manager's name is Aaron Nathaniel Campos. And for Video Mexico Napa LLC, which is the one on Caldwell Boulevard, that manager's name is Cesar Souza.
What's his name?
Cesar Souza.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Shar. So with that, if that provides the information as requested by Councilman Rodriguez, I would stand for a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So the next section of the agenda is unfinished business, which are ordinances that will be read. I'm going to step out of the meeting. Councilman Reynolds is going to take over the meeting as I'm going to step out right now. So those are the only items left on the agenda. Thank you.
Good night.
Oh, no, you didn't take, absolutely.
All right, we'll go to 9-1.
Madam Mayor.
Action item, first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to BC, community business zoning district and potential development agreement for a future commercial complex at 4379 East Franklin Road, a 4.45 acre parcel number R3044000000, located in the west half of the northwest quarter of Section 17, Township 3 North, R1W BM for Jeff Hatch, Hatch Design Architecture, representing Peter and Lynn Glidden, approved by City Attorney Todd Lakey.
Request to be passed under suspension.
Request to pass under suspension of rules.
Thank you. An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 4379 East Franklin Road, Nampa, Idaho, County Parcel R3044, comprising approximately 4.45 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned BC Community Business. Declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said property as BC Community Business on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
I move to approve under suspension of rules.
We have a motion and a second, and a roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, 9.2, it's an action item. First reading of ordinance for zoning map amendment from IL Light Industrial to BC Community Business Zoning District and potential development agreement for 3 parcels, R149900003, R149900004, and R149900005A0, totaling 2.1 acres at 2730, 2710, and 2710 Sundance Road, located in the southwest quarter of Section 8, Township 3 North, R2WBM for Josh Sevy, representing Gaddis Foothill LLC, care of Therese Walton, approved by City Attorney Todd Lakey, and requested this pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, to provide a BC Community Business Zone designation for certain lands commonly known as 2730, 2710, and 2710 Sundance Road, Nampa, Idaho. County parcels R14990000300, R14990000400, and R149900005A0, comprising approximately 2.18 acres, more or less, determining that said zoning is in the best interest of citizens and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, rezoning said property from IL Light Industrial to BC Community Business, providing for recordation, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as BC Community Business on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Move to approve under suspension of rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded, roll call.
Rodriguez. Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.3 is an action item. First reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS 8.5, single-family residential zoning district and potential development agreement to make connection to city water services on a .48 acre parcel at 3032 East Railroad Street, R201-8350000 in the southwest quarter of Section 25, Township 3 North, R2WBM for Tamira Gonzalez, approved by City Attorney Todd Lakey, and request this pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 3032 East Railroad Street, Nampa, Idaho, County Parcel R201-835, comprising approximately .48 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the city of Napa, Canyon County, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Napa and be zoned RS 8.5 single-family residential, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Napa and to designate said property as RS 8.5 single-family residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
I move to approve under suspension of rules.
Been moved and seconded, a roll call?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes our normal business for October 7th meeting. I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Mayor.